Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everybody.
First on the agenda is to approve the minutes of May 2nd as presented.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved.
I'll second.
Don second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Go to our consent. The miscellaneous motions, I guess. Upon the recommendation of the IT director, move to approve for the bid for Mavericks for 120 cases of Discovery SMA 12534 8.5 by 11 copy paper. The total of the amount is $7,182, 0 pennies, as best bid, and to approve the purchase to be paid from the 2022 County General Fund commodities line item.
It'd be general fund, courthouse general
Fund.
Courthouse general commodities line item.
Okay. Courthouse. Yes, what she said.
Also move. I'll second that.
Don's moved. Tom seconded. Any discussion? I would like to state that in 2022, the paper cost for the same amount was $5,268. Considerable increase.
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes. Yeah. Move to authorize direct the chairman to sign updated CP4U dated May 9th.
You have a copy of that?
Yes, right here. All that was changed was the
Emergency
management.
Emergency management.
You can ignore the second page, I don't know what.
That's fine with that. Ignore second page.
Yeah. I'm gonna print off a different copy for you to sign, Jesse.
Okay.
Get that on the first page.
The only change to the CP4U is emergency management director at $70,000.
I'll get a different copy for you to sign.
Okay. I'll move.
I'll second.
Dawn second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Move to approve the updated 2022 salary chart dated May 9th of 2022.
Yep. Is that the only change on that too?
Yep.
For now.
For now. It's on page 2. It's on 50 or something like that.
Did you say it's on page 2?
Yeah. Under 50 category,
Okay.
and then, yeah, 50 and 60.
Yeah, one's 50 and one's 60.
Yeah. We'll have a shrunk down form for our book.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I just did that today
Right,
quickly, but
no,
yeah,
right,
we can get
right,
that.
right. Just something so we can have in our book.
Yep.
Also move, Mr. Chairman.
Dawn's moved.
All second.
Tim second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Salary chart, now we move to approve the salary spreadsheet dated May 9th.
That's what I just gave you.
What's the
That's what
difference
I-
between it and
that's-
the chart?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We had to
That,
strike
no,
that.
Made all
strike
the
that.
Strike that.
It's all the same document.
Yeah, I don't know what that,
They were just in two different emails, so I didn't know if they were.
oh, okay,
confusing.
yeah.
Okay, next one on the list is move to rescind the motion in the minutes of May 2nd, 2022, paragraph 11. Johnson moved to approve resolution number 822, the resolution appointing an emergency management director for Coffee County, Kansas, seconded by Hugoton. Motion carries.
And the reason was, is that when we went to pull that, I didn't know there was gonna be a resolution that day. We were all in a hurry and a rush, and I grabbed the next number without double checking, and that number was for when you guys made Amber interim. So, but then secondly, you guys already created that position, so I don't even think you needed to do that resolution at all.
I agree.
So, and you've already appointed her as the emergency management director, so I think just rescinding it and that ends it.
Rescind it. I'll move to rescind resolution 822.
I'll second.
Jesse's moved, Bob seconded to rescind resolution number 822,
And then strike the next motion.
and, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. The next one, we're striking that one, right?
Yeah.
So we're not doing that.
Right.
Okay. Move, Rob.
I'm chiming in just real quick. Is it not required for the state to have the resolution appointing her, or is there already one existing?
The resolution probably is to make that position, Wade, would it not be? I mean, we've already got the position, we just appointed Amber as the chief. I don't think you'd have to have a
I think the
resolution.
resolution ties to something that's required at the state level, that there be an official resolution from the county. You might check with her, but that's what I recall,
Okay.
one
Well, I
of
messaged
the
her
reasons
last
why
week
there's a
and,
resolution
okay,
in place. But I checked with Amber just to make sure.
so we'll just pull on that
We
one.
can just table that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll
Thank
get
you,
with
Wade.
her.
I think you're right, the resolution is to make the position.
Position, but we might as well check.
Good
Yeah.
job.
Move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for Cooper Hard, a new hire, summer temp, noxious weed laborer, classification from 5-A to 5-2, wage from $12.98 to $13.74, effective 5/23/22.
Go ahead, Tom. I'll also move, Mr. Chairman.
Don's moved,
I'll second.
Tom second. Any further discussion?
Is this because he's been here before, or?
I'm assuming.
I think this is his third summer.
This is his third
Okay.
year,
Okay.
third summer.
Okay.
Cooper's going in for his state major in the county. This is his third time, I think.
Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for Elliot Burns, a new hire, summer temp, noxious weeds laborer, classification 5-1, wage of $13.48, effective 5/17.
Move.
Bob moved,
Second.
Tom second. Any discussion? Not hearing any, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Now Connie.
Now, Ms. Connie.
Hi guys, how are you?
All right.
I have a new travel form for a employee to go to a class in Wichita in June.
Okay.
I'd like to be approved.
Wade's on the phone to discuss that, to not mention any dates.
Oh, okay.
Wade,
Yes. Connie?
Yes, this is Connie.
So the only concern that I have is, and I'll chime in, my suggestion would be that anybody who's gonna travel anywhere where it requires an overnight visit, that be submitted to the board in writing, and then the board make a decision from there. My concern, and maybe it makes sense, maybe it doesn't, but not advertise when somebody might not be home. So for example, for me, if I'm not gonna be home, I would have a tough time coming in and saying, next week I'll be gone in Wichita from Monday through Wednesday, because that's an open advertisement for somebody who has, who watches the meetings, and some people do, some people don't, may think that's an open invitation to break into somebody's house. It happens all across the country, and Coffee County's not immune to that, and we have break-ins, whether they be residential or non-residential, all across the county all the time. So I think that's the better practice, but you guys get to decide that.
I would personally not even specify a month, because you can get on the World Wide Web and see, oh, somebody from this department's gonna be gone somewhere, so where can I Google and see where they're having a class and what dates and times and so on and so forth. So I would just, the commissioners can see the date of, the month and date of wanting to go to the seminar or schooling or whatever may be, and just not take it any further than that, other than approving it or disapproving it. Would that be fine, Wade?
I think it would. Any voucher that comes through for anybody who goes and attends anything overnight, that's gonna be subject to an open records request, but I understand that's at the back end. At the front end, asking permission, I think that's how, there probably needs to be a process or a procedure so that it's not done in an open session. Historically, up until several years ago, the meetings weren't live streamed, and they weren't available for people to go back and look and see and maybe use that against somebody. So I think now maybe the county needs to consider a different process or procedure, and maybe what you suggested, Jesse, is right for a conversation.
I'm just trying to keep everybody's home safe. I mean, if you're gonna, you might as well just not even mention the month. I mean, we've got it in front of us. If somebody wants to request it, you know, they can go through the procedures to request the dates and who and so on and so forth. At least you got that documented, and you can go back on them.
So maybe there might need to be, there's obviously a difference between in-state and out-of-state travels. For one, in-state travel is usually tied to some sort of training event. For example, on the prosecution side, I have training at least twice a year in Wichita, Kansas City, Topeka, or Manhattan, depending on what it is. The last 2 years they've been virtual, but it's going to go back to where they're going to be in person. And at the end of those conferences, I will submit my voucher and attach my agenda. Now, how that would work for somebody if they want to request something for out of state, I think maybe they do that in advance. They don't provide all the details like you said. To say there's an out of state travel for this type of event, it gets submitted by memo and writing to the board, and then the board can discuss it from there, but without having dates and that type of thing. Probably the type of event and the cost is really what each of you would want to look at, and then determine whether more questions are needed from there.
Agreed.
So I know if you had, law enforcement goes to trainings all the time, and if you have law enforcement coming in and saying they're going to be gone for these periods of time to go to whatever type of training, I mean, then you potentially put the safety of the community at risk and other law enforcement, because then the public will know when law enforcement's not gonna be around. I don't think anybody wants that.
Right.
That would be the unintended consequence of that type of practice.
Right, right.
So Wade, could the motion be to move and authorize the chairman to sign the request for training from county employees?
Yeah, it could, because it's gonna be open to
I'll move.
what the money was spent for.
Bob moved to direct the chairman to sign,
Authorize.
authorize,
Direct.
direct the chairman to sign, training for said county employee.
All second.
Bob's moved, Tim second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I
Motion passes.
also have a question about the ones from last week.
Yes, ma'am.
The one that's out of state, I am a Kansas, representative for our Appraiser Association, and the other one is for our conference that we have yearly for the Appraiser Association here in state.
Okay, that was the.
I didn't bring those back up, but.
I know there was a long one and then there was a short one. It was in state. It was in state.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Motion here to authorize director chairman to sign leave for county employee. This is tough, Wade. I guess county employees, there's more than one. I'm trying to think of how to word it, Bob.
I would say just authorize and direct the chairman to sign the request for, employees to, the request for the employees to attend the conference that's requested.
Okay.
So, I guess I'll make that motion with that.
Good.
That works.
And that in state?
It's in state, yes.
In-state conference, the in-state conference.
Yes. Bob moved.
All second.
Do you want to see where it was?
Tim seconded. You wanna see where it was? Any further discussion?
Does it specify the department? It just doesn't say employees.
It specifies the department and employees.
Okay.
So it's kinda hard to read a motion to make sense of it, I guess. Any further discussion?
I think the design, the intent design of what the board is trying to accomplish may need to be revisited, but we have
Slightly.
a full agenda today.
Yes, we're trying to wing it with new developments. All in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes. Okay, the other one that was given to us was out of state. So,
It's been budgeted for, and also I am a Kansas delegate, or Kansas representative, sorry.
okay, motion to approve or direct the chairman to sign travel out of state for employee moved and authorized direct chairman to sign that, travel outside of the state for conference. Motion. No move,
I wanna move that we table this,
table this, okay,
for later conversation.
okay,
Possibly at the round table where we can have an executive session. We can,
yeah, discuss.
and that,
Okay.
everybody can be on the same page that they wanna be on.
Does that employee have any responsibilities at that conference? Any assignments?
Not at this time.
Not just, because a year ago or 2 years ago, that employee had some responsibilities, I
Right.
think. Okay.
Right. And so it can,
I think there was some assigned responsibilities a year or 2 years ago.
right.
At this time.
Well, it's hard to say.
We'll discuss it.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
discuss
We
it.
If you have any
table
questions,
it,
let
we'll
me know.
discuss it later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That one's approved. That one's approved.
Okay, wait, till later.
Here's the report.
Till you need me.
Okay,
So
thanks.
everybody gets a copy of that for your own. Something that that's just statement from you.
Oh, okay. All right.
Right on time.
That was muddy water, right on time, right? EPA Representative Heather Carter?
Corner house.
Oh, sorry, Corner House. I skipped one. Executive Director, Rodney Shepherd.
Yeah, thank you. Save me
Sorry,
the-
we're running a little late.
That's all right, save me the intro. Corner House is just a, nonprofit substance use disorder treatment facility over in Emporia. And, I had asked for monies from the, liquor drink tax. We get some people from Coffee County. I believe we had 5 last year, 4 from Lebo and 1 from, here in Burlington. And, we just use the money to offset costs of treatment. We do have a federal block grant that we use in Senate Bill 123 and Medicaid. Unfortunately, none of those pay enough to cover costs, so that's why I had to go out and beat the bush asking for money.
What do you guys provide?
We provide, intensive outpatient services, outpatient, aftercare, and we do assessments.
So-
Assessments and referrals.
So it's medical,
What substance use?
substance, okay,
Yes.
okay, all right. That's what I was trying to, that's what I was trying to.
How many counties do you serve?
7.
7 counties?
Yeah, sure do.
Pretty much the bordering counties.
Yeah, everything surrounding Lyon County.
County, right.
What was that fund we took that out of last time, Angie?
It's called Special Alcohol Program. There's 14,754 in there now.
I'm looking too quick, so I'm looking over.
I don't think it's on that sheet. I'll give you a copy, I'm printing them off right now.
So it's how much in there, you said?
14,754.
And how much a year goes in there?
We started with 18,000, our beginning balance. So we've spent a little out of there.
I would suggest we table it for now and come back in round table and visit it, or come back Monday and visit it. If, I mean, we've got a pretty busy schedule today, whatever everybody thinks. I mean, it's an option.
Well, if it serves 6 counties, I was just gonna suggest maybe 10% of it, of that 14, or you can round it up to $1,500. I mean, I'd assume anything's better than nothing.
We appreciate any help we can get.
Yeah, and if you're surrounded, doing 6 counties, that's just suggestions, but.
Are you requesting a certain number?
Pardon me?
Are you requesting a certain number?
I believe I requested 2,000.
2,000, okay.
I guess I didn't see it.
Yeah. Which one county out of the 7, somewhere in that 15%, 15% of the 14 would be in that $2,000 range.
Yeah.
We had some paperwork on that, but.
We did last week, we don't have it now.
Oh, yes, I've got a copy of that letter.
Okay.
Yeah, we had documents last week, Jim.
Yeah, that's one.
But 15% would be in that $2,000 range.
I kind of agree with you, Jesse. I think we should take a little time to think about some of that.
How long do you, keep the patient, or? I mean,
Well, it depends on how well the patient does, of course, but,
Right.
usually 8 to 12 weeks in outpatient. Intensive outpatient's usually 45 days, 30 to 45 days.
Okay. Is this, what do I want to say? Is this like appointed that they need help, or is this?
About 60% of them come from the court system. A lot of them are referred from, agencies like, DCF or St. Francis. A fair amount of them are involved in family reintegration. The kids have been taken from the home and they're working to get them put back in. And some of them walk in off the street looking for help.
Walk in, walk out freely?
Is there follow-up after the treatment, or?
We try to follow up in 6 months after treatment. That population, it can be tough to find them again. They move a lot. Usually the ones that you're able to contact and follow up are the ones that manage to remain successful at staying clean, so. But yeah, we do try to follow up.
I myself have no, if his original request was 2,000, I myself have no problem doing it, but if you guys want to table it, that's fine.
I think we'll table this for roundtable later on this afternoon.
Okay.
We've got a pretty busy schedule, so.
We'll handle that one.
We'll get somebody in touch with you and let you know what our, final decision is on it.
Thank you all very
sir.
much.
Good luck.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thanks for what you do.
Thank you.
Now we're at ECAN, as a clerk.
Good morning.
Good
I'm Heather
morning.
Carver, for those of you who don't know me. I have here with me, this is Chandel Skillman. She's our Human Services Specialist, and Kathy Sage is our Early Head Start home visitor. I am the Human Services Coordinator at our ECAN office here in Burlington. So our office serves Coffee County strictly. I did include with, I think with what I sent Andrea, I included some numbers. I thought it was interesting how our numbers have increased over the last couple of years through COVID and all of that. This is the number of contacts. This is the number of contacts that we have served throughout the year. Some things at the bottom that I wanted to mention. Every year, I think one thing that ECAN is known most for in Coffee County is our Christmas Bureau. So what we do is we have families who apply for Christmas help, and through that we match those families with people in our community, whether it be businesses or individuals, to help with their Christmas needs. Because when you're in poverty, I guess that's what I should start out with, but we serve people in poverty here in Coffee County, but when you're in poverty, Christmas sometimes seems pretty daunting. This last year, we were up to 70 households served at Christmas, which was about 250 individuals. We had to turn people down at the end because people were so late. This last year we did, so we would have had higher numbers had we been able to go ahead and serve those, but we had people calling us the week of Christmas, and that's a little difficult. So far, Our year starts October 1st, so we have served 81 households with emergency assistance. That emergency assistance is typically rent utility assistance, so if somebody is behind on rent, or struggling to pay a utility bill, whether they're going to be evicted or shut off, or they're just close to that point, they can come to us, and if we have the funding, we will help them. And then we started a food pantry program in March. Right now, we currently have 30 slots in the month that we're giving out food boxes. So in March, we had 16 families that we served, and in April, we had 27. In May, our day is on Wednesday this week, and then it'll begin on the 25th. And Wednesday has been full for what, Shandell? Like 3 weeks?
The week after you put it out.
Yeah, and we only have 3 spots for that 25th date, so we're gonna probably have to increase the number of days that we do that in the month. Because 15 is about what we can do in a day with getting people in and out and filling out the necessary paperwork. I also included a list of some of our services. It looks like this. So I just included that. That's the services we provide here in Coffee County, and then also I would note that we manage the Section 8 housing voucher, which falls under HUD, out of our ECAN central office, but we do have many customers here in Coffee County who take advantage of that, but we always keep that paperwork in our office, as well as for rentals and weatherization. So,
what kind of documents, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, what kind of documentation do they have to present to you that states either they're disabled or, can't,
for low income.
yeah,
So we do, prior to COVID, we were working at 125% of the federal poverty level. Currently, we're working at 200% of the federal poverty level. So we take proof of income through pay stubs. If they receive disability or SSI, SSDI, Social Security retirement, we take copies of those letters or pay stubs. You know, if it's a month's worth of rent, we try to get a month's worth of pay stubs. And then we have people who simply have no income, and that they kind of have to attest.
Is there a
to.
reason they don't have income? Is it because of disability?
You know,
Or-
here's the thing with disability is that disability takes about 4 years to be approved for. So if you have a disabling condition that begins today, it'll probably be 4 years before you'll get approved.
You basically gotta lose everything before you get disability.
Yeah.
I mean, I kinda understand how that
Yeah,
goes.
so during that time, they don't have any income. It may be a loss of jobs.
Shouldn't be a loss of
I
jobs,
know.
because every street corner's got help
I know.
wanted.
We do, we also do help with looking for jobs. We do a lot of that.
I think that's the important one.
We definitely can encourage people to find employment. But, you know, there are those times when in between, or finding daycare. If you're a single mom and if you have a job, finding daycare is really difficult. So, you know, that,
Either you work or you pay for daycare because
Yeah.
you can't do
It's a
both.
wash.
yeah.
Yes, yeah. it can
And
be
most of
bad.
the no income we see is a lot of people who either just got released from somewhere and are starting out, or they lost their job for some reason. I mean, we really don't see a lot of people come in with no income that are just simply not working.
Yeah.
There's a reason as to why there's no income.
I'm all for giving a hand up, not a handout.
Yeah, and that's our goal,
Exactly.
is we want to try to help them. You know, I mean, we do lots of resume writing, we do lots of referrals to Kansas Works or Voc Rehab. We help fill out applications and search for jobs when, you know, so, I mean, we do a lot of that kind of help. You know, we do see people who don't have a driver's license, and sometimes that's the reason that someone won't employ them, you know, so,
They can get transportation.
Yeah.
to
Can't get
their job.
transportation to or from.
you know, they can go get to Emporia and get a job, but our transportation, which we appreciate our transportation so much, and we work a lot with them. But when it cuts off at, you know, you can't 3 o'clock in Emporia, then it's hard to get some of those jobs that they could get.
Most of the employers nowadays will pretty much work with any type of schedule
Yeah.
that has to be worked with to get somebody
And
to
that's
fill
what
the
we tell 'em.
position.
And
you
that's
know?
what we tell them.
But a lot of people use, oh, I don't have a driver's license, or I don't have a car, it's a crutch. It's an excuse.
Yeah.
And
And
when
we,
they come in, we do our best to work around that and be like, well, here's your options, this
Yeah.
is what you need to do,
Right.
this is what we have for you, now it's your turn to go from there.
yeah.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it.
Exactly,
Right.
yes.
And, you know, when we do emergency assistance, it's typically a one-time thing. You know, we try not to continually do that emergency assistance. And, you know,
Most of the families I work with families that have multiple children, and they have to weigh out their options, because with daycare, it's limited, and especially in this county, it's very limited. And they have to weigh out, I could go to work, but daycare's expensive. So most of my job's gonna go pay for daycare, or I can stay home, but then it's a catch-22.
But they also might be able to get health insurance if they go work somewhere.
Yeah.
So
but then they have to pay
I've
for
been in
daycare,
that position that she's saying.
and then they don't have any money anyway.
Mhm.
So they're still, can't pay their bills.
What do they
They have health
get, what do they get
insurance,
monthly
okay.
what do they get monthly per child from the government? Isn't it like $800?
Nothing,
Not
nothing,
anymore.
not
They're not
anymore.
getting any more?
that was,
No,
that
that's not
ended in
that.
December. Mhm.
Yes, that's stopped.
Mhm.
Okay.
So, other than the proclamation, what are you asking for
I
today?
thought that was it. I just wanted to give you guys the opportunity to,
So you'll be
ask
back
us questions,
You'll be
or,
back with your budget request later.
we don't get a budget from you
Don't we
guys.
give,
No.
we don't give you any money at all?
Nope.
I didn't see it in the book.
So we're funded through the Community Services Block Grant partially, and then we also apply for grants and such.
Okay.
So, right now, we're a little low on funding because I'm waiting for a grant to come in. I don't know what it's gonna be. I know what I applied for, but I don't know how much we're gonna end up getting. Yeah, last year we got quite a bit less than what we applied for on that grant, so,
And she was tight with it, boy.
I was tight, yeah, so May is Community Action Month, so that is why we're here. I have a proclamation for you guys to sign. We'll also be having a, open house on May 18th, and we would invite any of you guys to come down and see us and see what we do. We're kind of proud of what we have going on, and we'd love to show you guys, what's happening at EPN. We're doing our best to, help out the community and try and be innovative with some of the things the solutions that we're trying to come up
And
with.
we'll have coffee and donuts and fruit.
Yeah.
On the Head Start side, we have to have fruit, because we encourage healthy food. Their side, it got the good stuff.
Yeah, so we have coffee.
Donuts?
There's the donuts.
We got the donuts.
They got the good stuff. We have to eat healthy on our side, so.
We're also, SOS will be there partnering with us, and she'll help us out with the donuts as well. So, do you guys have any questions for us as far as the stuff that we have happening, or?
I'm glad they're there. Yes.
Thank you, and we appreciate you guys and, what you guys do for our community, and, you know, just keep, referring people to us if you see them out there that need help, and we'll do what we can.
Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll try to keep doing what we're doing.
Thank you guys.
Thank
You have a
you.
great day.
Thank you.
Do we wanna do the
Oh,
proclamation
oh,
yeah,
while they're here?
Where's the? Community Action Month proclamation. Community action has made essential contributions to individuals and families across the nation by creating economic opportunities and strengthening communities and community action. As a robust state and local force connecting people to life-changing services to create pathways in 99% of all American counties in community action buildings, and promotes economy stability as essential aspect of enabling and enhancing strong communities and stable homes. And actions promotes community-wide solutions to challenges throughout our cities, suburbs, and rural areas. And actions deliver innovative services and support that create greater opportunities for families and children to succeed, and actions insist on community participation and involving ensuring that all sectors of the community have a voice and will be heard. And actions is celebrating 58 years of innovation, impact, and providing proven results for America. Therefore, we, the Board of County Commissioners, Coffee County, Kansas, do hereby proclaim that the month of May 2022 as Community Action Month, in recognition of hard work and dedication to all Coffee County, Kansas community action agencies.
So moved.
Bob's moved.
All second?
Tim second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. It's hot here.
If you get a copy of this to Mark, he might want to put it in the paper.
You want a copy? I have one.
I'd much rather them read it than me read it. I hate
Too many whereas.
too many whereas.
I take them out.
Thank
What
you.
Heather was saying too, is it was a big one to put that out, those words.
Yeah, I'm like, we only have one community action agency in Coffee County.
My whereabouts was questioned when I was in school. That's why I hate to read.
Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you guys, we appreciate you. Will you just send me that? Okay, all right, thank you, Andrea. Thank you.
And Powerhouse Ministries, Melissa Landis, and Gail Taylor Ford. Sorry, we're about 20 minutes late.
Okay, you guys are busy.
Darn, we don't have time. How have you been?
We're doing great.
Busy.
As you know, my name is Gail Taylor Ford, and I'm the Executive Director and owner of Therapy Services that provides outpatient substance abuse treatment here in Coffee County. And we've served over 60 Coffee County residents in the past year. And I am now President of the Board for Powerhouse Ministries. And so we have partnered and opened a recovery home for women, and it's located in Lyon County. We currently have 7 women living in the house right now. One of those is from Coffee County. And I am going to let Melissa give you a bunch of statistics and let you know how we're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I just want to share kind of really where we're at, where we've been, and what's been going on. As a quick refresher, we opened February 1st with a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house capable of serving 8 young ladies. And I shouldn't say young because their average age is 36. Like Gail said, one of those residents is from Coffee County. We currently have 7, which means I've only got 1 spot left. So we're starting to see things kind of tighten up that way and really figuring out what that next step is. But I wanted to share with you some of those numbers. When they come to us, only 30% of them have jobs. So with the residents that we've had, within 14 days, they have started their next job. And so obviously you've got the interviewing process, the paperwork, but within 14 days, they're getting up and rolling. 70% of them are on some form of supervision. 2 on drug court, 2 on probation, 3 on community corrections, and 1 on bond supervision. There's some overlap there. Some of them are on both. 40% are minorities. When I was here last time, I projected that the average annual income for these ladies would be $11,500. It is actually $6,010 is what their annual income is. 80% have felonies. 70% have a mental health condition of some kind. 50% have domestic violence, and about a third have a traumatic brain injury as the result of that domestic violence. And some of the other numbers that surprised me, 40% of them don't have a GED or high school education. 40% of them are homeless, and that's HUD's definition of homeless, which means they are literally sleeping somewhere where they shouldn't be sleeping, in a car, in a garage, in a street. And 40% are precariously housed, which in English really means they're couch surfing. They don't know where they're sleeping next week. 50% of them have minor children. And then the one that was kind of a little bit surprising to me is 20% of them have been a victim of human trafficking or sex trafficking. So that's the
20%?
20.
20%.
Yeah, so that's the population that we're serving. And it is phenomenal to be there. Yesterday, as an example, I picked up 4 young ladies and we went to church together. So we're embracing that spiritual component, but it's really almost all-encompassing. Mother's Day kind of took on a different meaning for me this year. It really feels like I have 7 daughters. You know, where are you at on your job? How's that coming? You know, did you go to work every day? Where are you at on therapy? Really just addressing that holistic picture and everything that they need. So that's the broad overview. Things are just going incredibly well. If I have any new gray hairs, please don't comment, because every one of them has an addict's name associated with them. So, but it's phenomenal, and I just wanted to come back and just share with you how much we appreciate your support, particularly as we move forward and really just getting things up and on their feet and stable. But it's an incredible place to be, to see the progress in each and every individual as they move past the addiction, and you start to see that kind of almost wearing off, but you start to see them getting a job and starting to look forward to what does their future hold. There's one young lady that was with us for about 2 months, and she has actually moved out on her own, has an apartment, and it is absolutely exhilarating to see her talk about, looks like we're going to be getting married. Looks like we're going to be having a child at some point. All of those things that are normal. And that's because she's got hope.
Do they report back to you periodically, or do you guys report to them?
I am a mother at heart. I'm sorry, I am. I am continually, where are you at? So there's not a formal process for following up to see like where that young lady is. But I'm constantly, every single day, engaged.
And I'd add that, you know, just because they move out doesn't mean they cannot still participate with us in, like, for example, if we're going to do like a cooking class in the kitchen, they can come over and hang out and help cook, or sometimes we do a big meal. They've done that on the weekends and such.
Yeah.
So we don't just, because they move out doesn't mean we never see or hear from them again.
Right.
Correct.
Well, and it's good to have them to come back and interact with the ones that you have in-house now, so they can see how their life, they was once there, now they're in a better place, and walking the straight and narrow and being self-sufficient.
Yeah, the one that's moved out actually still has a door codes, right? She's still got her code. That way she knows she's always got a safe place to go. Her boyfriend actually works nights, and so she was concerned about how does that work when she's home alone at night. Never been home alone. Some of the other things that have been fun is there was a young lady that moved into the house and said the only thing she knew how to cook was ramen noodles. And she and I made French toast and scrambled eggs for everybody one morning. That young lady learned how to make lasagna and potato soup, and I took her out and I bought her a little recipe box, and we start writing these things down so that when she leaves, she knows how to cook and she's got that refresher. So something that's extremely basic, but recovery is holistic. It's all of those pieces together. So it's been thrilling and exciting, and did I mention exhausting? But it's going very well. So I just really wanted to come back and formally say thank you. With y'all's blessing, I'll come back every quarter and just share, because there's a lot going on and it's exciting to see.
Are you looking for a larger facility to house more?
Yes.
Sorry to say, we know what that demand probably is out there.
Yes, and I will tell you, men have needs too. And so we'll see what the future holds on that. You know, as an example, I was in Lyon County Jail last night, and looks like they're going to have me coming in and ministering to men inside Lyon County Jail. So that's a different mission, right? But it's the same need, it's the same population. Now, men are different in that their average income, according to prison policy, is $16,500. Men, generally speaking, can go get a hard-working manufacturing type job. as opposed to a woman maybe taking a lower end job and not doing as well financially. But the other big piece of that is when they're couch surfing, they don't know where they're sleeping. The risks for women are higher, obviously, than the risks for men. That doesn't mean there's no risk for men, but it's substantially more for the ladies. So, if there are no other questions, I'll come back and I'll see you all again in 90 days just to report. So it's going well.
Good.
We're grateful for your help.
Be glad to hear.
Thank you for what
Thank
you
you very
do.
much.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep doing what you do.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Airport Administrator Darren Hish. Sorry, we're
You're fine.
20 minutes late.
You're fine.
Still 20 minutes. We're staying on the 20-minute
Stay
mark.
20 minutes, I'll make it quick.
It'd be hard to recover that.
Yeah.
How you doing, Darren?
Good, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
Good. I brought you guys copies, we bid the project out after I talked to you. Brought you guys copies of project budget, also bid tabulations, for your, to view. Bids came in higher than,
Expected?
yes. Go back. Engineer's estimate for the project for base bid plus add alternate 2, which was doing the entire concrete and not leaving the grass islands, was 1.18 million. Low bid was Clarkson Construction, 1.48. So the add alt part of that is the ineligible portion. So it was considerably over what the engineers anticipated. First page is add alt number 1, which would leave the grass islands. Our portion, the county's portion for that part would be $359,000. Second page, add alt 2, which is concreting the entire area. The county's portion would be $543,000. You guys had approved me $270 and $170 for a total of $440. To do the entire concrete and take the grass islands out would be an additional $100,000. I'm not here to ask you for the $100,000 unless you feel so inclined. My main thing I'm here for today is the $270 was for the grass islands. I asked for an additional $170 to concrete the whole thing. Can we use part of that $170 and still have the grass islands? So you have a total of $440 allocated for us now. We would be leaving the grass islands. Obviously, we would like the entire project concrete, but it would take an additional $100,000. My biggest pet peeve is asking for money. So,
What would it cost to come in and put asphalt in those grass islands? Would it be considerably cheaper?
it would be, but where we're concrete everywhere else, I mean, everything, in the long run, I don't know. Right now, our runway was replaced 2 years ago. You know, the FAA gives a 20-year lifespan on concrete, on runways. We had exceeded that by 11 or 12 years, and that was just from constantly sealing cracks and trying to keep moisture out from underneath it. Asphalt does come with a lot of maintenance, and
You're not gonna have much weight on those. Yeah. You'll never have much weight out there on that.
I've never dealt with asphalt at the airport, other than patching holes on the runway to get us by for a year before they replace the runway.
The only difference between well, the big difference between asphalt and concrete is, Wayne could probably testify to this is asphalt, this is concrete,
Yeah.
as far as when the ground moves. So,
Your
yeah, it's
base,
probably cheaper, but you come with a lot more maintenance.
yeah, your base on concrete is a huge deal, and then concrete mix, which I'm not really familiar with, just go off the FAA standards and engineer standards. So
So does the FAA standards have to be, upheld for the grass areas?
They're gonna use that mix, because everything's coming in at the same time. It'll be, it'll be 1-4, and then on the other side, 1-4.
Will they set their own plan up right there?
No, not for this project. I don't believe so. It's,
I know they got their own plans, so.
yeah. So, with adult number 2, I guess to get down to brass tacks, I'm asking if I can use part of that additional 170, and we leave the grass islands. Second option is another 100,000. I don't like asking for it, but this is where it came in, and there's a local company that is involved with the low bid that would be doing excavation, getting ready materials, and whatnot too.
It would sure be nice if it was all done at one time.
I agree, but it's my personal, I feel like I'm getting greedy, but it is what it is, and I'm presenting it to you.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm presenting it to you guys, and the main deal is, if I didn't want to use a portion of that or the additional 170, and we still have grass islands, you go, what the heck,
But if you stay with grass, you gotta mow the grass, then you gotta blow the grass off of everything. So you got a lot of man hours involved in it. Plus you have to have the equipment to do that stuff.
Yeah. As you can see on page number 2, the county's portion would be 543 if it was all concrete. You done a runway, a $4 million runway for $400,000 or 2 years ago. So, but we have ineligible portions. Why they do not consider the concrete where you back your airplane into the hangar, they consider that part of the hangar, which they do not fund. So it's just, in the long term, I think entire concrete's the way to go, but
That 170 that we took care of last week or week before,
it's
not inside that 359, is it?
no, you guys a year ago had approved 270, which was engineer's estimate, which would have covered with the engineer's estimate the ineligible portion. But with the bid, the adults coming in so much higher and the bids coming in higher,
Basically double.
pretty close. 270, well, originally it was 270, would have been, double would have been 540, but.
Yeah.
270 plus 170 is 440.
440.
543 is here, 103, you need an extra 103,000.
Yep.
Okay.
And I did not intend to come in and ask you for another 100,000. This is the numbers, guys, and
Well, we all, everybody is aware of the rising cost of everything in the world today, and estimates are just what they are, they're estimates, and they're not going to be tack on.
No.
It's gonna be way more than what you expect.
Yeah.
Or even what the estimators expect.
When was that estimate put before you? A year ago or 6 months?
Originally a year ago, but they had adjusted it again, the engineer's estimate. I think originally I'd seen around 900 and something for the entire project.
As straightforward as that project is, I'm surprised they've underestimated that much.
That's
straightforward.
So was my board of commissioners.
They knew what the cost was gonna be.
So was my board of commissioners, so. But we had 4 bids, so.
I was gonna ask you how many bids, so you had 4 legitimate bids.
4 legitimate bids, Kansas Heavy,
Are they here?
yes.
Yeah.
Clarkson, Kansas Heavy, Emery Sap, and Bettis Asphalt.
I was involved in bidding some of this a little bit, but, yeah, that quality control number, engineers got 10 in there. We were getting quotes anywhere from 40 to 50,000.
Yeah.
We're pretty confident if you're a construction company today, and you're bidding on a project, you're not gonna start for a year, you know they're gonna throw in.
A lot of cushion.
We gotta plan for that, so that's probably what happened. It happened.
I think the concrete on that alone was like 180,000 a yard. or I mean, $180 a yard.
Good concrete.
I said 180,000. Too many zeros.
Yeah, compared to our runway project, it's mind-boggling. And I don't remember the exact numbers, but it wasn't even close to that.
We're $180 cubic yard,
Yeah.
Well, I think we got a good airport, and we spent a lot of money on that airport. Wow. I think that, right now might be the time to go ahead and
Finish it.
spend the extra and finish it, because how many years did we get out of this runway, this last runway?
The runway was 30 years.
30 years.
89 till 2
I
years ago,
guarantee
so.
It took a lot more abuse than these are gonna take.
And it didn't have a very good, from the start,
Right.
you know, it had settled and
Oh, yeah.
they done some mud jacking, pumped the mud underneath it to bring it up, so we constantly were, sealing cracks and stuff to try and keep moisture out. And I do believe that's why we got 30-some years out of it, but it's,
You know, putting those individual slabs where the grass is currently at, of course, that concrete's gonna be moving. Are they gonna pin that where it won't?
I assume it's pinned to,
That'd be the advantage of that old,
Yeah.
like the asphalt, you're not gonna pin it to anything.
and I don't have the plans with me,
But
but
to me, it would have to be pinned.
Yeah.
I think it'd be bidded that way.
yeah, I'm sure it is. I don't have the plans with me, but, you know, the base to this concrete, they have, you know, it's gonna be, they're taking a lot out and to try and, yeah.
How wide are these strips from door to door, the grass strips?
The estimate 25 feet
And how
each.
wide is the concrete gonna be from side?
It will be, I'm trying to think of how many sections are there.
In front of the doors, it's
60 feet, you know.
60, then 25, 60, 25.
Yeah.
60, 25.
Yeah, I mean, total yards of concrete should be on here for
Yeah.
either project, or either at all. But,
You know, I know we gotta watch our dollars, watch our budget and everything, but I think this one time, if we do it the right way, we need to put the concrete down. Eliminate a lot of maintenance, a lot of labor.
if it gets another 30 years out of that, I believe it's a good investment, but it's also, you know, like I said, I don't like coming in.
You should never have to do anything in the grass areas that's gonna be put in, because there's not gonna be any weight.
No,
Or very little weight, so I mean, once that's done,
Just people
you
walking.
should never have to do anything to it again.
I will never have to worry about it.
Hopefully I will as well. So basically, we need looking for a motion for another $100,000, $103,000.
One of two options there for you, to use part of the additional 170 to leave the grass islands to do the 359, or another 100,000. We can come up with the 3,000.
Well, basically, it's gonna be spending $543,376.
That's exactly right.
mean,
I don't
But
know.
we've already we already put
We've already
money,
440.
yeah, we funded 440, so.
What's our time frame on doing this project?
It will start next March. And
Oh,
supposedly.
2023?
Yeah, yep. Yep.
Being that far down the road, that's the reason the bid's up.
Yeah, and you know, like I said last time I was in here, I would hate to bid the project.
Yeah.
A lot of guessing there.
Oh, scary.
And it might go down, who knows? But I bet they don't.
I bet that contract don't.
Yeah.
No.
I've never seen one that did.
I think I was the one that made the motion last year, or last week, not to exceed the 170. Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna go ahead and, do we need to rescind that motion? Or can we just add to it?
I think you could just add to it, move to approve an
I'm gonna
additional.
go ahead and move that with the bids that come in, that we go ahead and proceed with the concrete where all the grass is, and for the, not to exceed the 100,000.
To exceed another 100,000.
We your base
Not-
bid's over 10% over engineer's estimate, so.
We do not have a policy at the airport for that.
I guess what I'm saying is, it's, where's that extra money coming from for that
Not to exceed
difference?
The base bid.
Yeah, because you got.
The base bid's totally funded, other than 10%.
Even though,
It's, the base bid is what is FAA eligible. Adult one is
so
for,
the FAA,
Paying
that
for
grant,
10%.
that
yep,
they're gonna pay for it, pick it up, even though it's higher
Yes.
than engineers estimate?
Yes.
All right, that's.
They will, I mean, if we award the bid, they've already seen the budget. They have state apportionment funds that they can add. Already discussed with them, do you have enough to cover this extra? And they said yes.
Okay, all right.
So, on that part, so.
Bob made the comment, just, might be the best way to do it, just tie it, not to exceed the 543 as the county's part of the cost, 543,376.
Okay, yes.
If that's a better way to put it, I have no problem either way we go.
And where are your funds gonna come from, community?
Where we pull it from?
Capital outlay?
Capital outlay, because it's an outlay
Reserve.
project.
Don's moved to,
Or capital improvement, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
reserve.
Don moved to continue with Alt 2 for the airport construction, not to exceed a grand total of $543,376, which has already been previously funded. The bids come in having to do another $100,000, but, the grand total county participation is not to exceed $543,376. Don's moved.
I'll second that.
Tom seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes.
That wasn't so tough, was it?
It's just not fun, but I wanna stress to you guys how much we appreciate. You guys have always supported us. We try and not be exorbitant with stuff, and in the long run, from here on out, after 23, we're a couple years out on any project. But it's hard for me, if the money's there available, not to apply for them grants, if you can do 10%, 10 cents on a dollar.
Yeah.
And you know, the airport was built. The intention is for it to still be there, and if you can do it for replace stuff for 10 cents on the dollar, I feel that's hard not to chase after.
Oh, yeah.
Hard not to take a serious
Yeah.
look at what's available, so.
Again, I appreciate you all very much, and if you don't have anything else for me, I'll get out of your hair.
Thank you.
Wayne, we're out of money, so we'll see you next, see you later.
I got a whole different set of funds. You're still in business, Bob, you're still in business.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break real quick before,
All right.
we gotta get prepared for Wayne.
You might wanna use 15.
You only have 5.
I don't know. You got other things to say next, not to adjust the home, tell them I can't.
Oh,
I had a bunch of snacks. I'm getting through 'em.
Well,
Bobby didn't get me on there, he was gonna get me on there.
well, maybe you are,
Okay.
something, you might talk to him
Yeah.
first, yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Ryan get you taken care of last week?
Pardon me?
Did Ryan get you taken care of last week? Ryan?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of a timeline he said, I haven't talked to him. He said he's gonna look at your driveway out there at Hidden Creek and
Yeah, those two there are just completely,
full, isn't it?
no, well, it's either full or smashed shut. One, two.
Good. You didn't think we were first name.
Ooh.
I'm sure he just let me in, let me look at the scenery here.
I will be quick.
Yeah, hopefully, I got a guy gonna get in there and rework that pond back in there. It's been housing beavers for I don't know how long.
I tell you what, Tom, them things have been a mess this year.
Oh, yeah.
They caused us more trouble this year than I can remember in the last 10. We can't get rid of them.
Well, that other property owned down by Grizzly, they come up out of that creek, come up to my pond up there and started building a house. I'm like, no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
So I just paid pretty good money having the trees cleared off the dam so it wouldn't leak and, and increased, I put in overflow, it increased the depth of the water and then took it back to original. It was leaking and the overflow washed out, there was no real pipe in there, drain pipe. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty amazing, make that nice little pond, they come in there, was wanting to rent it for me.
We used to have a ton of problems with them there, out there by your place on that, between Moore's watershed and the other side. Finally, it seems like we're supposed to shut them over to you.
Well, I don't know if you go down there to Big Creek and walk it for very far. They are busy.
Everywhere.
They're everywhere down there.
We got a spot we cleaned out multiple times in the last couple of years. It's down towards Child's Play Cemetery. It's kind of a, that landowner went through and stripped the trees on both sides, done a real amazing job. We got a structure there though. No one's to hold water up on the road. I mean, and now all them trees are gone. So guess what? They started building inside the concrete box.
I never made it out.
Totally out of reach. I don't think folks have snow sign and what July and August kind of thing.
Jesse, do you use any, on your trailer, do you use any recaps for y'all? Where do you get recaps from?
Palms.
That's the only place we found to bid them.
We always pull our virgin tires off and recap them one time.
Right, we don't have any carcasses for the two trailers we're looking at. Traditionally, we've always got our recaps from Palms, especially on our trucks. We'll use our virgin stuff for that, but,
we put recaps on our, we have just as good a luck with recaps as we do virgin. It's 10%. 10% will blow out no matter what.
Right. Craig. No, Call Valley. I just not work on it. Who's gonna call Lee Thompson too, and so I'll ask Jeff. Work for him over.
I'm the CFO of our
Specialty type thing.
Yeah, as long as they're grade one recaps, first time around projects, you have good luck with them. And we try not to put them on, we put them on in the fall and the spring. We try not to put them on in the heat
So that must have been.
because that gives them time to cure in the spring and the fall. Gives them time to cure before the hot weather hits.
Well, our
Another daughter is a pharmacy school right now.
they won't be getting as many miles as they were as far as that goes.
You gotta save that for their money. Keeping them checked, air pressure is the biggest thing.
Right, and they do a good job of
Biggest
that.
thing.
Just wanted to see if there was someplace else not to be.
It'll get harder and harder, especially with them just making it 5.45s. They stop production. There's gonna be a change on our agenda at 11:20 on Bobby Lyon County, bank loan agreement that he had. We're gonna throw Auburn Pharmacy into that for a quick, couple minute update, I guess, if he wants to hang around until probably noon, when we'll get to it.
Sure.
These are just numbers on the left side of the page, they're just numbers.
I think that's more like 10 minutes. Wayne's on here and that.
I'll set the timer. I'll get mine. Yeah, no, it just depends on how many questions you want.
You've only got 5 minutes, you better get going.
Well, okay.
Mr. Wayne.
I'll throw it back. Do you wanna wait for Angie, or are we good, or? Okay, so what I have is the motions. We do have a motion. This was discussion that we had about a skid steer. Jeff is here to answer any questions that you may have on the equipment. He's done a lot of work on this, basically looking at what was the options as far as being able to purchase a new one and the hurdles that we have to do nowadays to be able to get that accomplished. The motion that we have had is basically the municipal program pricing from Sourcewell. We've used multiple times on different purchases, and so that would be the purchase or government type bidding process that we've used before. And so the motion is pretty simple. A is the disposal of the existing skid steer, and B is the purchase of the new skid steer. So if you have any questions on the equipment, Jeff can definitely answer any of those. Otherwise, they're pretty much canned motions that we use for our equipment purchases and trade-ins.
One question, how many hours is on the remove, or the
Almost
The Bobcat.
Almost 3,000.
almost 3,000?
Is that trade-in at 25.5 within the ballpark?
You know, the bottom number is, you know, we talked about trucks a couple of weeks ago, we'd set aside 65,000 this year. So we can come in under that, which is a little bit refreshing compared to everything else is going.
I had concerns with the Bobcat, the trade-in, but looking at the price of the new, that made up for it.
It wasn't quite as high as I
Exactly, that's
we
what.
traded almost the same machine in 2 years ago, 2020, for the same, it's higher, definitely higher than it was 2 years ago, but that machine, the trade-in was about 21,000.
Yes.
For that Bobcat at that time.
I kind of feel they're $5,000 or $6,000, $8,000 low on the trade-in, but, I mean, they're just gonna run the numbers. You want more out of the used one, they're gonna add it to the new one, and we did some research on the new one, and, they could easily add $15,000 or $20,000 on it, and probably get rid of it. Because it's there.
Yeah, it's there, it's in the lot, it's the only thing you buy now.
That made up.
When I initially started to talk to John Deere, a few weeks ago before we come to you guys, he was telling me 95 to 100 possibly on the, you know, there's not as many government discounts as there used to be, but that was the first numbers he was saying, and it was a little scary, so.
Yeah. So do we wanna just start working down the?
Yep, just do 8. Now, 20 again, it's, we were having problems with basically the mail service getting the contracts to us, so unfortunately we have to table 20 again, that's the striping. So we just move right on into number 51, A and B.
Okay.
So,
Motion 2020-51, based on the recommendation of the county engineer to approve of the county attorney as a form. Move to find that 2012 Bobcat T770 skid steer, VIN number A3P811918 L-20 or 020 is no longer required and could not prudently be used for public purpose of Coffee County. And as such should be disposed of by trade-in to Murphy Tractor and Equipment, Topeka, Kansas, for $25,500. Notice of the board's intent to dispose of said property will be published in May 12, 2022, and May 19, 2022, in the official county newspaper. I'll move.
Second.
Jesse's moved, Tom second. Any discussion with motion 2020-51A? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. 2020-51, motion B, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer and approval of the county attorney as a forum to waive the purchasing policy as competitive bidding for good cause, said cause being municipal program pricing with Sherwell, formerly known as NJPA, Government Purchasing Alliance, with Coffee County, number 118463, and to approve purchase of 2022 John Deere 333G compact track loader from Murphy Tractor and Equipment in Topeka, Kansas, Sherwell. I'm just gonna read the last few, F3873325, in the amount of $85,420, less trade-in value of direct to county engine, less trade-in value of $25,500, and the purchase Total purchase amount of $59,920.00. And to authorize and direct the county engineer to sign all documents related thereto. Funding for the purchase will come from general fund, public works, equipment reserve line item.
Just equipment line item.
Just equipment line item.
Now, on that one, Angie, it won't be the public works portion of it. It would be your general fund equipment reserve.
So it would not be general fund, it would just be equipment reserve.
Okay,
Fund.
equipment reserve. Thank you.
Equipment reserve fund.
Yeah. And the reason why, we had, on that one is we had $100,000 that we had put in at the end of last year into equipment reserve.
Oh, okay.
And that's where it was at.
I'll make the motion.
Tim moved,
I'll second.
Tom second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And to finalize the last 2.5 minutes of my time is, basically we discussed, having, a consultant engineer to, be part of the completion of 2 ongoing grant projects, the High Risk Rural Road, Old Highway 50, and Bridge 6A. And this is, as I retire the 1st of August, that these projects will be let after that time. So you will need to have an engineer that would be able to stamp or approve any changes that may come up, anything that's going to be through the bidding process, through the contract itself. So you're going to have still the need of engineer that's going to finalize these projects. And I made the call to the 3 that we discussed, so that was Schwab Eaton, Cook Flat, and also BG. They all 3 agreed that one is they had time to do it, that they would do it, and that they would send me some information. I only received information back from Cook Flat and Schwab Eaton at this point. BG, as in the past, has been mostly more of a contract type setting. You always had to have a contract, and then starting in on a project, it's not necessarily an hourly base. They tend to like the lump sum stuff. I don't mean to speak out of turn any, but that's what I found in the past. It's been a lot of times as that. Neither here nor there. The 3 that we've talked about is the 3 regional ones. We currently have work almost by par with BG, basically the work that we already have contracted with them on the 2 bridges down on Homestead, and then we also have the high risk, no, not the high risk, but the cost share program on 75. So they're already doing a considerable amount of work. BG, Cook Flat, you have basically work that you're dealing with right now as far as the community improvements programs. So if you balance the fees that they've already discussed, you almost have that. Schwab Eaton has not been around for a while. It's not that we have not sent work to them, but that's where we're at. I could work with either Cook Flat, and I can also work with Schwab Eaton. So if you're wanting to pass it around, then the choice would be Schwab Eaton. As far as the hourly rates, they're pretty close. You're not really bidding the hourly rates onto them as far as the engineer hourly rates and such as that. So mine was to bring it back, and then if you are approving that, if you'd like to go with, well, I guess with that explanation, what's your preference?
We can do that at round table with everything else.
I think the key was to find out whether those were interested, and it sounds like all 3 of them are interested.
But I didn't get anything back from BG, but yeah, they talked about it, but I
They
didn't get
might be
anything
too
back.
busy.
Yeah, once again, what I find is when they're diving into projects, they pretty much have to have control over it, over the whole project, so. But these other 2, basically, they'll come in more of an hourly type rate. So when I come in and visit with them, this is the project I have, this is what it took to get to this point, that's, because they're gonna have to sign off onto it. They'll have to know 100%. If you approach it one way, they pretty much redo the whole project, so they would stamp off on it. You do it the other way, in which basically these 2 are looking at, is just update them, tell them this is what we got, this is what we're doing, do you agree with it? Yes, we agree with it, we'll keep moving on. And that's what you have with the two that's
I think
submitted.
that's the key, is we needed to know whether anybody was willing to do that.
Yeah, these two here, I believe, basically made that statement by providing some documents to basically consider. So, like I say, either one, and both of them, BG and Schwab Eaton, both of those engineers, I passed that on to KDOT, and they're accepting those engineers as well. So, but if you want to, the motion that you'd have, and then you just let me know, would be this one right here. And so you just need to fill in the blank. And so if you want to write this down, I'll give you the two ones that you can put in the blank, and then you can talk about it at round table. So one is going to be Schwab Eaton, and that's SCHWAB -EATON, Schwab Eaton. So Schwab Eaton engineers would be the fill in the blank, or you use CFS, that's Cook Flat Strobel engineers. So that's what you have. If you want to pass it around, Schwab Eaton would be the one up on deck.
Hourly rate for each one?
I do. What they have for Schwab Eaton, project engineer 180, registered land surveyor 120, senior design tech 100, design engineer 110. I can provide these to you.
Can we just get a copy of that?
Yeah, I'll just provide those to you.
That'd be great.
Senior engineer is 160 for CFS. So, it's kind of like, it's not necessarily, that's not the apple.
Right.
I mean, a project engineer and senior engineer is not the same.
Yeah, it was just for information purposes only, but yeah.
But this would be the emails that go with it, some pricing.
Right.
Try not to look at price, because professional service is not bidding portion of it necessarily.
Right.
But mine is, once again, you got these three that we've talked about many a times to be regional engineers. And this is the person that, as I'll visit with, get them up to speed where we're at. And then at the end of it, this person would be the one coming back to you and letting you know basically what the bids come in at, what changes, what KDOT's requiring for you to finalize.
So would this motion be 2022-52?
It could be. Yeah, the numbers doesn't mean as much, but yes, yeah. You could definitely add it to the last motion that we had. You just add to that number.
Okay,
You bet.
51.
You do that. Okay.
Very well.
All right, just let me know, and then that way I can contact them and keep moving forward.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Was I done?
You're done. You're done. Matt? 9:45.
Yep.
How are you this morning?
Good, how was everybody?
Good.
Good. Get to see you guys a little more often, quicker than usual. I have, so here at the Regional Planning Commission, we've actually been diving a little bit deeper in the offerings that the 12 counties need. We've actually created a group called the Southeast Kansas Economic Development Coalition, and in talking to all of our members, it was decided that one thing the RPC really needed to dive deeper in, like all of us have the same issue, is housing. So we need to have a dedicated person, dedicated staff to start after all the housing programs. Because there's starting to get to be a lot of acronyms out there with the programming that's going out, all the state incentives. The good news is the legislature just put $60 million into the moderate income housing program. So there'll be a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline to work on. So in reaching out and talking with Bobby about what we could possibly do for Coffee County, long story short, we're looking to be the housing support long-term with all the 12 counties, but the first one would be Coffee County. What that would mean is implementation of programs, whether that's the rural housing incentive districts, neighborhood revitalization programs might be a possibility for you to venture down. We'd be looking into helping out with maybe the creation of a land bank, if that's something that you guys would look at as an entity of the county. And also helping out with there's going to be a lot of grants coming down. Fortunately, we've had a lot of luck in recent history with the moderate income housing grants. Not low income, moderate income. I really want to make sure and get that out there. So we've had some really good luck with those. We have a good relationship with Kansas Housing Resources Corporation. And so thought it'd be a good time to see if we can assist Coffee County in a deeper admin agreement. And the way that I look at what the project would be, or the program, it's basically like if we're a part of Bobby's staff when it comes to the housing admin. We're executing those agreements. We're doing the research. We'll be doing a full community housing assessment, bringing in experts to meet with every municipality, talk to a lot of the stakeholders, bankers, business owners, you guys, and really get in deep. Because to just say that we need housing, that's great. But when you get to the housing study, specifically what kind of housing, what kind of retirement, housing turnover, all those things, they really get deep into the numbers. So that's kind of what we're looking for, is not to just do a shotgun approach when it comes to housing, but be very surgical about what Coffee County needs. So I know there might be some questions. I know it's a new program, but thought I'd just come and see if you guys had any questions for me.
Does this all come with our membership?
No, actually, this one is in addition to, so our traditional membership pays for lack of a better, is for the grant writing services. So, say for example, the ones that we've done in Waverly or Leroy, most recently, if we write those grants for free, if we don't win, or if you don't win, we don't win, it's just part of the deal, we walk away. This is in addition to, we're actually talking about committing long hours to Coffee County. Bobby and I haven't discussed it yet, but I'm even interested into having one of my staff members here weekly. Maybe they're here Tuesdays from 9 to 4 or something like that. So that way it's kind of they're a known entity in the county with what Bobby would need. So it's an additional service was what we're looking to add.
Do you have a projected price on this?
Yes, we based on the hours. So the first time around, for just the housing assessment, getting all that work done. Do you have, Bobby? I thought it was 20. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. It was $20,000. That the first round includes the housing assessment and getting all the man hours that'll done. It's a pretty deep document. Then every year thereafter, it'll be $20,000 on a rolling schedule, to where we just will, like I said, be at the beck and call of Coffee County when it comes to the housing programming. The way that the contract would work, which you guys probably see traditionally with engineers or other consultants, it would be on a rotating basis and just be renewed until you felt that we've solved all your housing problems. So, so that's what we'd be looking at. And of course, we'd give reports quite often to Bobby, and also but inclusive of that is all the implementation of the program. We've already set up rural housing incentive districts. We've already set up land banks. We've already set up this and set up that. So there's a lot less legal fees than what you would consider. Of course, we'd still give it to Wade to review before the county, but a lot of that paperwork and a lot of those things that you might have to hire a third party for, that's inclusive in this price. Those things that we would execute in-house.
Well, I think it'd be a good addition to the county. We're trying to grow. We're trying to take care of some blight properties.
So as you mentioned, like the blight properties. So in Chanute, we've set up the land bank. So you might all know exactly what a land bank does. But so the land bank, for example, if there's a blighted property, say it was somebody's distant aunt's house, they live in California, they have the property, they don't really care about it. If they donate it to the land bank, they are given a tax credit for the appraised value of the house. Then the land bank board of directors then takes that property, it comes off the tax roll temporarily, so the county's not paying taxes to itself, and then you then put it out there for bid, possibly somebody to buy, to rehab. But the biggest part, the part that I love the most about the land bank, is you guys now get to control what's going to happen to that house. Someone can't throw a piece of plywood over a hole and put paint on it and call it a house. You actually put development agreements in place to where they have to abide by, this is what they're going to do. When I have bids on land bank houses in Chanute, the highest bid doesn't always win. It's the best bid.
I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna put $30,000 into it, things like that. So, and then you get to control the narrative, how the properties are treated, or if it's, infill lots, doesn't become a lawnmower or a car graveyard or anything like that. You really are able to grab control of what's going on in the cities and the municipalities in the county.
Would this possibly interfere with our Coffee County housing development?
No.
It won't?
Well, we work with housing authorities.
Housing authority, I mean.
No. Housing authorities
I think it'd be
traditionally.
hand in hand almost.
We do work hand in hand. We really do. Traditionally, they go with, housing authorities more towards the very low to low income. We actually do try to work hand in hand with them of offering a gauntlet of the whole spectrum of the housing needs. That's what I mentioned, the housing study. It'll say you might need 18 new doors a year, but that's a mixture of duplexes, some downtown living, and new housing construction. It'll actually give a breakdown of where we have gaps to fill. Because I'd like to say, yeah, build a brand new development, go crazy, and build 30 houses. Well, that's not exactly what you need. It might be a little more of a even approach. So, but that would break down. And this way, really, you get into the numbers, and so the benefits of the Rural Housing Incentive District. Kansas Department of Commerce has done a great job with that program. It'll come in very handy. It's going to be a great tool for the municipalities and the counties that take advantage of it. But there are a lot of tools that we can work on. And also, as well, we're very deep in the housing, like I mentioned with KHRC. So in about 4 hours, I'll be sitting through a program of how that $60 million is going to be spent and how we can start fighting for it for the 12 counties. So that's what we're ready to meet it head on.
I know in several of the classes, seminars, if you will, that I sat in on when I first came on board, the number one term they always use is you need a toolbox, and you need tools in that toolbox. I see this as part of that, that plan, so to speak. I would, on the other hand, another roundtable discussion, because I have some other thoughts I'd like to throw in on how to fund this. And with that being said, I want to hear what happens to the rest down the line here to see how to fund this. So I think it can work. It can work.
It's a very good idea. It's a good opportunity for the county.
Well, we're in a business, I mean, of collecting tax dollars, and if you don't create more tax dollars, you're not collecting tax dollars. So.
Yeah, and say, for example, the creation of just basic math that we've been going off of, working with the Rural Housing Incentive District, building the infrastructure, you're going to get approximately $120,000 a year in taxes on the rolls when it's all said and done annually. So you're generating revenue. You're also helping out the economy with Burlington, having them in charge of the utilities. So it really does feed in.
Taxes, not
you're not talking economic impact. It'll trickle down to jobs created with those people moving here, even down on local restaurants.
All the above.
Yeah. They would run an economic impact report about what 30 houses being built in the county creates is pretty dynamic.
Do you have that report?
No, we would actually do one specific to this community. Based off all the data of Coffee County.
So you're going to be producing, like you said, surgical data, but generally, I included in your packets not only the agreement that is proposed to be adopted today after roundtable now, but the printout for the example of what a housing development generates tax-wise is a map. Country Club Heights, those 30 homes generate about $120,000 a year back to the county.
You mentioned Burlington, but remember, we're a county.
Oh, yeah, I keep saying that because I'm always in Burlington.
No, something besides Burlington.
It'll be a countywide assessment of actually broken down. It's a countywide approach, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we understand that, and we do work with a lot of the other cities in the county. So, but no, that's why when we do the community assessment, we're going to talk to all the stakeholders. We'll be having at least six separate locations of stakeholder meetings, 100%.
There's a lot of locations throughout this county that could use some serious improvements. And the biggest problem we run into, especially in the rural area, nobody wants to get rid of their property. Nobody wants to get rid of any land.
Sure.
To bring in, which I can remember years ago, just counting, streetlights or home lights, you know, outside at nighttime. You know,
Yeah,
it was dark
yeah.
years and years ago. Now you pop over the hill southwest of here and you can just see 30 porch lights, you know, or yard lights. You know, when it didn't used to be that many.
Which Bobby's done a great job of kind of spotting some opportunities for growth in the county, when it comes to housing, so we have a good start. Now it's kind of, you do get really excited to get rolling, but the first thing is that community assessment and get the data. And not to mention a lot of the programs that we're gonna be going after, it's a requirement. Before you send anything off to the state for approval, when was your last county housing assessment? And that's what they're gonna be looking for. They wanna make sure that you're invested in it as well and not just looking for free money, or whatever the case may be. And that'll be a very interactive process. We will be at every meeting. We will be getting to know the stakeholders. I hope that by the time, years from down the line, we're consulting and the developers know myself just as much as they know Bobby. That's how much we're around.
Very well.
Sounds good.
Seems like the last 8 or 10 years, that's what we continue to hear over and over and over. Coffee County is in dire need of additional new houses.
And you guys are in a great
And hopefully that bring
location.
industry in. Well, what comes first? The industry come first or the housing come first? You know, that's probably somewhat debatable, a little bit. But I can see where the housing's got to.
And in the talks I've had with
It's
Bobby,
got
your
to-
houses are going just as fast as a lot of counties. The second a good house is on the market, it's going, or it never made it to the market. It's sold on Facebook with friends. So, you know, it never really actually made it to the market. So, a lot of spec houses are, the second they start pouring the concrete, it's already sold. You know, so a lot of that going on, I think. And Coffee County is in a great location, not just for the industry that it has, but also the proximity to other cities for commuters.
We're unique in a unique area.
Absolutely.
It's not too far to Ottawa, Kansas City,
Yeah.
Topeka.
Emporia, yeah.
A lot of people in this county work in Lyon County.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a bedroom, it's a bedroom county.
Yeah.
They work outside, because there's not that many jobs out there in Wolf Creek.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let them live here instead and eat here on the weekends and spend their tax dollars here.
Yep.
Very well, sir.
Great. All right. Any other discussions? I'll be happy to answer any questions through Bobby. And just as needed, we'll be ready to go. Great.
Thank you. The only thing
Yes,
I
sir.
has Mr. Wade seen?
Yes, we had approved that last Monday
Monday.
afternoon.
I did notice Andrea pointed it out that the agreement for the housing consulting services has April 2022 on it. Probably ought to be changed.
Yeah,
to
that's
May,
just when you wrote it. Yeah, the draft, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
if we continue on.
I'd like to communicate with Wade and make sure he has it.
Okay, we'll have him on.
Yeah, I haven't. No offense.
Oh, yeah.
Say that until I hear it. Wade did see it.
And Wade probably won't remember it until he listens.
I wanna make sure he remembers it. He's okay. I guess that's where I'm trying to hit, so, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, ma'am. Good, thank you, sir.
Another round table piece of stuff. We might have to continue our meeting
Over 35 minutes.
till the next day.
Well, no offense, but I was wondering how 10 minutes was gonna happen with some of these.
Well, that's what I asked them, and that's what I was told, but I didn't know it was gonna take 20 minutes for Connie this morning.
Yeah, we're good. Hey, we're here all
We're
day.
here.
We
All
were
right.
ready for lunch.
Economic development.
Joe says he's taking everybody out for lunch anyway.
That'll work. Mr. Bobby, loan approval.
Okay, this is, again, I know Wade can't be here all the time, but, just to forego the question, has Wade looked at this? Yes, he has, and he has approved it, but can we just go ahead and call Wade to save some time?
He's fine. Call him up on the phone.
The county has approved this, but the business didn't get approval from corporate until recently, so we didn't want to close our loan until we.
Wade, are you available again? Yep. Okay, here's with Bobby and the commission.
Go ahead, Bobby, I'll let you.
Hey Wade, this is Bobby.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, just for oversight on behalf of the commissioners, I presented you the loan agreement for Subway, Ms. Carmen Francis, and you made recommendations on 2 items for change that you'd like to see. Those were audit and bookkeeping requirements. You suggested that we request annual, that the borrower provide annual tax transcripts / returns each year to the county. And the second one you asked to change was that a bookkeeper be noted. And so I made those changes, and they actually included both of them in what the commissioners are looking at now on those loan docs.
I'm not looking at anything that you just talked about. I'm looking at this agreement in southeast Kansas.
Your loan agreement should be, somewhere. Unless I stole it.
Too many papers. We got too many.
Anybody need one?
Yeah, I've got the loan agreement,
You got it.
promissory
I
note.
got it
This
now.
is a 4-page loan agreement.
Oh.
And I just wouldn't say
got
that.
skipped.
I'll take that one, Charlie, if you got it.
And I thought that was our first discussion was about the agreement with Southeast Kansas Regional Planning.
We can cover that, we can backtrack and cover that if you want.
But, I thought that's what we were doing.
Well, the agenda was for Carmen, loan approval for Carmen
Yeah,
Francis.
Okay.
So that was on the agenda.
Subway now, right?
Yeah, the Subway deal.
Okay.
I'm sorry, forgive me.
No,
You have that, but
I do now.
here's the back page.
Yeah, you should have this, the green.
Nope.
So what you have in front of you is the loan agreement with amortization schedule. And
The amortization schedule is this green.
yes, sir. Schedule of repayment. So the other loans have already closed. If you remember, the purchase price for this transaction was $500,000. Citizens provided a $200,000 loan. The Southeast Regional Planning Commission, who just left here, they provided $100,000. Carmen and Dee put up $100,000 cash of their own money, and the county loaned $100,000.
The schedule of payments, the back page says page 4 of 8, what's the other 4 pages?
Blanks.
Blank.
Yes, sir.
As I understand it, Wade, you've looked at the documents and approved everything with the 2 added corrections?
I haven't seen the new, corrections on paper. I know Bobby and I talked about them. And the idea behind the transcripts is just to see, and you know about IRS tax transcripts, I'm sure, with your accounting background, Don.
So you requested 2 changes. One of them was a tax return yearly, and the other was what, Bobby?
That the accountant of note be actually named in the agreement.
Oh, okay, this Wright CPA group?
Yes.
Okay. And it is noted.
Or it should say something to the effect if they change, then that also carries with it to the next person. I mean, most people continue to use the same person, but that may not be the case.
Right. Borrow shall produce or procure the services of a bookkeeper who shall maintain and prepare financial records of the business. So, I mean, it says right there that they have to have somebody, regardless if it's the named one or not.
Right.
What was the other change?
And the other change was what?
So the two changes in order was that Wade wanted to see, tax transcripts or returns annually provided back to the county. The second change was to actually note the specific accountant by name and include them in the contract, which you see there is Wright CPA.
We have it here in writing.
Yeah, it's in that same, in paragraph B, or D. It states, it says the county, in addition to requests, reports, and audits, borrowers shall provide annual tax returns on the business to the county.
Yeah, all right, it's all right there.
So everything has been done.
Looks like everything totally covered.
At Wade's request to change those two items, and they have been changed. I'll move.
All second.
Jesse's moved, Tim's seconded to approve the loan, or if to enter into a loan agreement and promissory note arrangement with, Carmen Francis at Subway in Burlington, Kansas. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Hey, Wade, real quick, stay online. Tom, you had something?
The Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission contract agreement, I should say.
Yeah, the Southeast Kansas, Regional Planning contract, commission contract. Have you had a chance to review that, Wade?
I've looked at it, I actually have it up in front of me right now.
Okay.
It's the one we talked about last Monday, Wade.
No, we just wanted to make sure you had seen it and everything was fine, and if we chose to continue forward with it, we had your blessing.
I mean, this started out with, the request to do this housing study, and that was agreed to, I don't know, 2 meetings ago as part of a bigger, I guess, synopsis that was provided to the county, and this is just the agreement for the planning commission to move forward with that, so.
So you're good with
My understanding
it?
is it's a total of $40,000, phase 1 is 20, and then phase 2 would be 20, I guess, it says yearly after, so.
Yeah, it's an annual payment, it's an annual payment of $20,000, basically.
As I understand it, we pay 20 up front, gets us through the first 12 months. Thereafter, the 20.
No, it doesn't,
So I
not
don't
through the
know
first
how
12
long
months.
that lasts, it doesn't
Housing
specify,
for
but
20,000.
Because
I imagine it
I
doesn't
think
go into
we paid another 20 in
perpetuity,
October
which
of this year.
has no ending date.
The 20 is just to get it initiated, and then in October, which is the beginning of their year, you pay another 20.
Yeah, for that second 20 that second 20 will happen in about 5 months then. That correct,
So there
Laurie?
is no end date on the 20, is what I'm saying, the 20 could be yearly for how long?
Until we terminate.
Till we decide not to pay it.
Great.
You don't pay the bill, they won't supply you the services. Right? I hope not, anyway. So basically, it'd be $40,000 within the 2022 year.
Yeah.
Is what it is, Wade.
I guess with your question too, Wade, is it's 20 for next year, but can you raise it to 22 for the following year? Or do we have a 5-year agreement at 20, or what's the deal on that?
Probably would have been a question for the Southeast Kansas piece.
So it says the term of this agreement commences on the effective date and auto renews every 12 months beginning on October 1st, 2022. The question would be what the county wants renew every year, then having a mechanism for the board, this board, several years down the road, may be comprised of completely different members, so you don't wanna marry those who come after you to something that they may not wanna do.
I think he did make the comment that every year afterwards was 20,000.
Correct.
Yeah.
But it's not so stated either.
So it is, in Article 4, just I'm gonna talk through to everybody. Article 4, Provision C, payment. Provision C states exactly, explicitly, what your comment, Mr. Don, was, that it 20,000 yearly, beginning after October 1st, 2020. So that's the benchmark date. Then move down to Provision D, amendments and termination. Your question, Wade, this contract at any time can be terminated by the commission for any reason.
And that's the key to everything. So the county is married to, and the commission are married to 20,000 per year. That's not gonna change. I think that's because it doesn't say should the cost of doing business change, as we've seen with inflation. Next year it wouldn't be 25, it's 20,000. That doesn't change.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Yep. So that was the only thing that I don't have any issues with it.
Okay. Good enough for me.
So do we want to, motion to approve
Agreement?
this agreement between Coffee County, Kansas and Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission on the, what the heck is it?
For housing consultant services.
For housing consultant services.
I'll make the motion. Funds to come from, and that's, I guess, why I was thinking about tabling it. All right.
Oh, well, we can table it.
Well, I mean,
We'll strike it.
unless we're just gonna take it out of your budget for now.
You could do that.
And then replenish.
I was gonna come back and ask for a change anyways later on, but yes, it could come out of economic development. Make it simple.
Are you gonna have to cover it this year? Do we have to
Not,
republish?
no, we're gonna have to come back at some point.
We'll have to republish?
Yeah. Would you rather it come in?
Might be better.
Well, I was gonna see how this CID agreement thing
Goes.
when that gets finalized, because that particular money, I guess I'll just say it out loud, it needs to go back, I think needs to go back in his,
account.
to fund this kind of stuff.
Right.
That way, we're not scrambling.
So we want to table this for roundtable and see what happens later on.
That was my,
Okay.
that was my first thought,
Okay, I
sorry.
will strike the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Agreed?
Sound good, Bobby?
Savvy?
Good.
Or you
Perfect.
understand?
Good.
Yeah, okay.
Good. Woo.
So, we approved Carmen Francis, right? That's done.
Yeah.
Joe Sharano.
I'm up. Wade, do you want to stay on the line?
Yep, I'll hang tight.
Okay, all right. Good morning, Commissioners. Joe Serrano, Q-Tech Rock. So this is more of an informational item with respect to the Vito Junction CID. So we have prepared a rebate agreement for one property owner within that proposed community improvement district. I believe Mr. Skipper provided that rebate agreement to you. Is that correct? Okay. So on Friday, county attorney and I had a chance to visit about this agreement. We're getting close. There's one provision that Wade asked that I bolster, which is the immunity provision, to make certain that past, present, and future board commissioners will be immune, as well as officers and directors. So we have to bolster that language, and then we should be in pretty good shape. One thing that Wade mentioned that I thought it would be interesting to know, this was tailored off of, he mentioned that maybe I should suggest this. that this is tailored off of a deal that we did in Franklin County, which was a rebate of their transient guest tax for development. So a lot of the language is replicated from Franklin County's rebate agreement. Wade asked, is this routine? We see this quite often where monies come in to the municipality, whether it's the city or the county, and that share of the money is then dispersed in some form of a rebate. So I'm happy to go through the agreement, but it's not done, and I anticipate that once Wade is comfortable with the immunity provision in this agreement, we'll present it to the developer, and then I don't think there's going to be too much negotiation on this. This is a pretty straightforward agreement, and then we'll be back for final presentation and approval. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Wade, did I articulate that fairly?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the main point was in Franklin County, which is nearby to Coffee County. This isn't a foreign thing. It's done and somewhere local to and familiar to whether it be the board or taxpayers in Coffee County. Look directly at Franklin County and see that this is something that was done there. So that was part of my point. And then the same thing with the community provision, we just need to fine tune some of the wording, and I think we're close.
So there's no action on this today?
No action today.
It's just information?
Informational only, so maybe we'll make up a little time.
Okay. Well, it's been something that has been my goal since I walked in here to why it never had been done in the past was mind-numbing. And so, there was no reason, because it hadn't been done in the past. So,
Again, for me, once this is done and finalized, like I say, it goes into economic development's budget to where
right,
it almost self-funding, so to speak.
right.
I'm happy to discuss the provision, that particular concern. I mean, we have that money, and presumably that CID, the 2% CID will be coming back. It could go into economic development fund, but overall, the global perspective is to eventually acquire some of that contiguous property for future development.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, it could go in there. We could utilize it to eligible cost, and then eventually, hopefully, develop that Beto Junction a little bit further.
So I did hear, and I'm ignorant to this, but I did hear that the state is passing a trickle-down effect of abolishing the food tax. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. I think it was presented, the engrossed bill, or the enrolled bill was presented on Friday to the governor. I believe she's going to sign it.
But it's kind of a prorated thing. It's over 3 years.
It's 4%, then 2%, then 0%.
So this is not going to affect us. So just it's 6.4 now up there, and if everything stayed the same, it would be 8.4, right? 6 and 8.
That's correct.
So then once the tax is shut down, it would just be a 2% on that location.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
That bill itself allows for that local option tax to continue, or some communities may repeal the local tax on food and food ingredients. The issue here is this is an add-on tax. This is a community improvement district add-on tax. So it's going to be difficult to say, hey, listen, we do away with all the food and food ingredient taxes because we're approving a community improvement add-on tax. You really can't do away with that.
Okay, that's why I just wanted to make sure. I was afraid. Finally, here we go. Worked for over a year to get this going, and then it goes away.
Yeah.
I just
That's
understood
all right.
it to be like grocery items, not.
Yeah.
And it might not be pop and sandwich or whatever may be. So
Candy, tobacco, alcohol. There are some exemptions. I have not studied the bill in the entirety because there was a lot of maneuvering going on, whether it was going to be prepared foods, which would be restaurants. That was going to be dramatic. So I have not studied. I think it's House Bill 2106, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. It was just timing.
I don't think restaurants tie into this one. It's
No.
more at the grocery store.
That's correct.
They could afford to do away with the restaurants.
No, they couldn't.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions, but again, we'll be back and have this hopefully finalized in the next couple of weeks, I imagine. Okay.
Good.
Should I go on?
Yeah, you're next.
Yeah, I'm next and Wade, if you wouldn't mind, if you have time to stick around, because we had a chance to to visit about this also on Friday. So this is the jail, the proposed jail financing. Just to kind of recap as to why I'm here. April 11th, I think my partner and I were down here to talk about the jail financing. We were instructed to go back and deal with or talk with the Goldberg Group, which we attempted to do so, but it just didn't happen. So I understand that they were down here with their public finance attorney, which, you know, we're friendly competitors. They were here on the 25th, I believe. I don't know if this is a sales pitch. I'm happy, as I mentioned to Wade and to Bobby, I understand that this project has been going on for quite some time, and we don't want to, we've only been involved for a couple months, if that. So we don't want to step on anybody's toes. We're happy to serve the county in any way we possibly can. We have the ability to do so. Q-Tech Rock is about 110 public finance attorneys spread throughout the country. For me, I focus on economic development and governmental. It's basically 50-50. My partner that I brought down here basically does the same. I know this financing is really interesting because it can be politically inflamed. But for us, we're happy to help. I mean, we're happy to help the county in any way, whether we're serving as an advisor for economic development, if we're helping for governmental, if we're helping the city of Burlington, which we do represent them. So I don't know if it's necessarily a public finance, here's who we are, but again, we understand that this has been going on for quite some time, and if we can help, great. If not, we'll easily bow out.
Well, and I'm going to speak myself, and more likely everybody else sitting in here is, their finance person showed up the other day, and I don't know what the big deal is between Goldberg or whoever having to work with said specific finance company. I don't know I don't know why it's such a big deal. I mean, we've got a bond attorney, he's a bond attorney, we got you. Why does it have to, what has to be married so close together to make things continue to work smoothly?
I don't know the Goldberg Group, so I don't want to speak for them. I could tell you we've done financing for jail facility in Franklin County. We did it in Anderson County. Again, these are PBCs, not a GO, which I understand we may go out for a GO election on this. But, and throughout the nation, our national practice, we do all types of financing, whether we did the airport financing for KCI, we do charter school financing, hospital financing. We have secondary markets. We do a lot of financing. We're number 2 in the nation in terms of public finance. So I don't know the answer to that, Commissioner. I don't. But if they're so far down the line and you don't want to, if they need to retool something, then easily we'll step away.
I don't think they're at the starting line until the other day.
Started yet.
Yeah. Well,
And yet our time is getting short.
And I can tell you, if you're going to go out to an election, then somebody along with, whether it's me or somebody else, has to be dealing with Wade and what that proposition needs to be. So if you're trying to get on the August ballot, we really have to get going.
Well, that's what we're.
I think we're at the starting line, and we better get a move on.
One of the things that, as an advisor, whether as an advisor to economic development or advisor to GO, as an advisor to the county, is you need a municipal advisor. I was talking with Wade about this. You need a municipal advisor. Municipal advisor is not bond counsel. I don't know if you recall, but I say I have to stay in my lane, and I can't talk about certain things. I can't run numbers, but there's a municipal advisor, and we can make recommendations to whom that you can consider. But they're going to tell you when to go to market. They're going to say what your projected rate of interest is going to be. They're going to tell you what your debt service is going to be, how you stretch this out. So a municipal advisor actually advises on the numbers. I'm the lowly bond counsel that just says, hey, listen, it has to be validly structured in accordance with law. We take it out, and these are valid bonds. That's what I do. And a municipal advisor comes in and says, hey, listen, here's the way you can structure this in a manner. And right now, with the interest rates going up, considering that we have to worry about an election, but do you want to get to market earlier, or you want to wait a little bit? And when do you need to use it? And there's spin down requirements. So there's a lot of things that go into when do you finance a facility, understanding that this thing's been going on for quite some time. And we're happy, like I said, we're happy to help. And I don't know, Wade, if you want to add anything, or, you know, we kind of talked about that on Friday, but I don't know if that covered the gamut.
Right, so I think the idea, I guess what the commissioners have to decide is who they are comfortable with, and I think it's Gilmore Bell, the other.
That's correct.
Firm that came and presented, if I remember right. And they gave their pitch, and I think their pitch was they've done a number of these in Kansas. They've worked with Goldberg before, but who you have as a bond attorney, maybe you can talk about how the bond attorney works with the architect, if at all. I think they're two separate things. They may have some crossover, but maybe that will help.
Sure. You know, for us as a public fund, we have to make certain this is a good type of, you know, this is what you are actually getting. So the architect draws it up. We say, okay, this is what we're pitching. This is what we're disclosing to the public who's actually buying these bonds. Unless in this instance, we may actually place them with local banks, you know, depending on where we end up going. But it could be a private placement. So we don't really get into the details of what the architect's drawings and renderings will be. We just have to disclose it. The other thing that is important, and this is what Sydney Goldberg and I were discussing, is there's this petition process. I can't remember what her wording or legal word was, but there's a petition that if you effectively vote it, it's approved, then there could be a petition to overturn that vote. And that's what she said. There's been 6 out of 7, which is shocking to me in the state of Kansas. They've had 6 of 7 that have actually gone through this process, which is truly shocking to me. We've had a situation where, whether it's a library district or a jail facility, have been shot down by the voters. And then what do we end up doing? We either don't build a facility or we go through a PBC, we create a PBC and we go that direction. So, and that's really delicate, as I've mentioned, because you're going against the grain of the vote. So, we don't get too heavily involved with, this is kind of I'll be honest, it was kind of a little bit shocking to me, is to work with the architect. We do work very closely with a municipal advisor, but with an architect, not as much, but happy to do so if it's required of the county.
With the marshal prisoners,
Mm-hmm.
as far as setting up tax-free bonds versus
taxable.
You gotta be careful, because if you use federal prisoners, you can get into a situation where they're taxable bonds, and there's a little bit uptick in your interest rates. There's an uptick in interest rate if you go PBC. So if you go straight up GO bonds with no federal prisoners, you can get easily, probably the lowest rate you can get. The other thing with a municipal advisor is they're gonna be talking, if we don't place these, if we go out to the market, they're gonna be talking to the rating agencies. So they're the ones that have the voice of who's going to be buying it. If we privately place it, then we just have to get the lenders comfortable. But you make a good point. If you go federal prisoners, we have to analyze whether it has to be on a taxable basis.
So can we, basically, I'm gonna use the term guesstimate on how many federal prisoners and set it up like that?
Yeah, we can, and if it moves, so there's, at the beginning of, when we structure this, there has to be what is the expectation, a reasonable expectation that we, as advisors, will tell the IRS, this is what is a reasonable expectation, what is anticipated. If that fit, and I'd have to get, we have our tax counsel who will be weighing in on this, but they would have to get comfortable and say, okay, we can structure this on a tax exempt basis. And these are the expectations that will be in place at the time of the financing. If the financing changes, if the expectations change, we just have to make an adequate finding the day that we sell those bonds. So I have to work with my tax counsel to get to the details of that. But if you have federal prisoners, we have to be cautious of that.
No, Joe, we haven't made any final decision on how much money we're gonna put up front, how much we're gonna borrow. We haven't made any on the time frame, 10-year bond, 15-year, or 20. How much in today's economy, how much higher interest is there on a 15 versus a 10 or a 20 versus a 10? And paying them off early, as I understand, like Lynn County can pay theirs off after 7 years on a 20-year or whatever it is. What's the time frame on early payout if the funds are available to accomplish that?
You have to structure, to answer the first
And I'm
question.
sure everything's negotiable.
Answer the first question is, it's dictated by the market. Right now, last year, we were getting 90 basis points, less than 1% on some GO AAA credit. That was shocking to me. I've never seen it under 1%. But the interest rate was, I think the lowest was 0.927, something like that. I was recently with a municipal advisor last week, and it's about, on that same AAA, it's about 3% on a tax exempt basis, so it's gone up a couple percentage points. The difference between, a taxable basis versus a tax exempt, it could be anywhere from 50 basis points to 1.5%. Usually is what we're looking. So we see 5% typically. You'll see on a taxable basis 6.5%. That's in revenue streams, but it depends on the county, and the county has great credit. I mean, you guys have really good credit because you don't have much debt. So you're going to probably get a pretty low rate. But again, I have to stay within my lane because I'm not supposed to be talking about what the market holds.
Is a 20-year rate higher than a 10?
Yes, generally you're looking at
1% or what?
50 basis points
50,
to
50.
to a percent is what we see, and it depends on when we go to market. And then the aspect about can you pay them early? The answer is if you structure it in a way which we call early redemption or early calls, and the buyer understands what they're buying, then yes, absolutely. We see 5-year calls. The typical is an 8-year call or 10.5-year call. When it's 10.5-year call, you probably get a little bit lower rate because they know that they're locking in at that rate for 10.5 years. Yeah.
Isn't that what the advisor would be kind of telling us, and then they would be working with you?
Exactly.
In other words,
that's right.
I think we're trying to ask you questions that really aren't yours to be answered at this time.
Well, I have to be cautious of answering because I'm not in the situation. I'm telling you what I see in the marketplace right now. This is what, but a municipal advisor is exactly that. It's an advisor on municipal debt financing typically.
But you're providing some information that we haven't had so far. Yeah. And yet you gotta be careful what you say.
Yeah, I mean, these are experiences is what I'm telling you for the last 2.5 years.
That we need to have tomorrow.
We should have already had them.
Should have already had them.
We probably already should have had a municipal advisor then.
You need to have a municipal advisor. I can give you names. I can come down here. I can make introductions, or Gilmore can do the same thing. I mean, we work with there's a select group of people that are really good that do Kansas financings. We come across them all the time, and they can come on board pretty quickly. I mean, there's Burlington's municipal advisor is a good friend of ours, and so we could bring him down if you like and visit with him. So anyway,
Wade, hold on a second. Wade, you had something you was trying to say when Don was talking. What do you got?
Two things now. First one, Joe, why is it important that you have your bond attorney, your architect, and your municipal advisor all separate, if that makes sense?
Well, like I said, Wade, that I don't really deal with the architect themselves. My understanding, and please take this for whatever it's worth, but when I visited with Sydney Goldberg by phone, she said that they had a municipal advisory arm that's been running numbers, and that those numbers have been provided to the county, and they're already kind of along those lines. And so you do want to kind of bifurcate that role. We work closely. We're all rowing in the same direction, but we all have different functions. My function is to make certain that the bonds are valid and legal. The municipal advisor is to say, hey, listen, this is what we're structuring the best way we can to get the best rate. And the architect is saying, this is what you're getting for the money that you're buying. So you just kind of want to bifurcate, but we're all on the same team. We just have different roles.
Second question, you mentioned that you and or your firm was involved in Anderson County and Franklin, which is Ottawa, Franklin County, the one in Ottawa, I assume.
Yeah, I believe that was my partner that handled it. Actually, it was my predecessor handled the 2000, I think it was 10. They reissued in 2014, and they just refunded recently.
you know what type of financial structure that you had in each of those counties that you could pass on, so there's sort of an idea of what you did in other counties?
Sure. So that was set up as a PVC. So it was a lease agreement. So the lease revenues, which was whatever revenues are generated from the facility, would pay that. But we know that there's not enough revenue to pay that debt service, so there was a backstop with the county. So it was what we call a lease it was I don't even think it was COPS or certificates of participation. They were just a straight up lease purchase agreement. I can't recall Anderson County, but I'm happy to provide that information. I'm almost certain it was the same thing. It was a lease revenue bond. It wasn't a GO election because I believe Anderson County went out to election and it got shot down. Then they had to go to a PVC. Does that answer your question, Wade?
Yes.
Okay.
If our vote in August is approved, construction, say it starts in, just October 1st, or November, whatever it is, and we issue whatever bonds there are, when's the bonds, are they all sold as of start date? Interest starts as of start date of the contract, even though you won't need the funds until 18 months down the year? I've never been involved in bonds. When's the procedures? What's the steps?
Interest starts the date that the bonds are issued.
And they'll be issued the start date of the project?
You can have reimbursement costs. You can have early costs, like engineering costs. You can have earlier costs that can be reimbursed. But generally, the monies come in, and then it's dumped into a project fund. You can have a capitalized interest fund, which is basically prepayment of interest. So you can have a Cap-I fund that's sitting in there, and then the project fund is used to pay off the project costs associated with the facility. But the interest starts on the date that the bonds are issued. But the issue date doesn't have to coincide with the contract date.
But normally it's gonna be pretty close.
Pretty close, yeah, generally speaking.
They want the interest to start churning as fast as they
Yeah,
can.
we don't wanna pay interest on all that money, but you don't need a lot of it for 18 months down the road, because completion
So
probably.
if we're making basically a down payment,
Mm-hmm.
can we use that money to start with and postpone paying the interest?
The issue that you're going to have is, what we call the capital stack. Do you have adequate funds that you can pitch to a buyer that says, listen, we're going to build this, and this is how much it's going to cost, and this is the source of financing. So if you do that, and you say, we're going to commit $9 million or $10 million, whatever it is, you got to make certain that you get that vote that says, yeah, we're going to make certain we will be able to back those bonds for $20 million or whatever the delta is. So you have to be careful to make certain. You could come out front and have a county contribution. That's not a problem. But you have to make certain that you have full authority to issue that debt at the right time.
Well, I mean, that's what we've been talking anywhere from $6 to $10 million of self-pay, county pay.
Right.
And so you could take that amount of money, put it over into a project fund. That, when you go to get your bond people, or go sell this to the market, that's gonna look better and give you a better interest rate if you've got X amount of dollars sitting in a fund already. Therefore, you can extend, you can not need your bond date. But once again, here's the interest going up and up and up and up. So it might be best just to get the interest locked in, so you're paying lower interest and still have that amount of money that we're looking at self-funding sitting in the account.
And that's where a municipal advisor comes to say, listen, we're getting an uptick in rate. You may want to get to the market sooner rather than later, assuming that you get the vote. Or listen, there's going to be an adjustment. There could be an adjustment, and maybe you wait 6 months, see what happens. So it's a lot of things that are saying, hey, listen, we need to get somebody down here to advise you on as a municipal advisor. And I'm happy to make recommendations.
I think that's probably our first step. Instead, we've been sitting here trying to skip a step, I think, in my opinion, which is not gonna work.
And you do need...
I'm not sure what steps are work.
And we do need to, if we're trying to get on the August ballot, we need to do this relatively quickly, because our date's going to come up. The other thing to consider that we've been kicking around and some other people are talking about in terms of and this is for you to consider, is the August date the right date? what's going on with the Supreme Court currently. Could mean more people are coming out that may not like this facility. One of the things that is incumbent upon this board is to have your educational pieces available to say, these are the talking points. These are the things that, this is why we're going to vote, or it's going to be presented, and this is what I anticipate I'm going to vote, and these are the reasons why I'm going to vote that way. In terms of a bond ordinance, not at the election. So, that's food for thought. Your educational piece is very important.
I feel that timing is really, really knocking on the door. We're here almost the middle of this month, getting close to the middle of this month. And we are,
I'm not sure timing hasn't gotten away from us.
we're at the 2-yard line, and the football's headed out on the 50, and we're not gonna catch up. We've gotta work double time.
Yeah.
So I think we need an advisor here ASAP.
I do too.
Do you have a preference? You want me to give you names? You want me to make a selection? I mean, I'm happy to help. Again, I'm here to serve the county in any way you want me to.
In office, we didn't even know about it.
You know, I go back to Mr. Goldberg stating that he wants this bond attorney guy, you know, he's worked with him for 85 different prisons, so on and so forth. It's still in my head. Why is it certain that you have to work hand in hand? That's what's trying to get out of my head, because I don't want to sit here and turn around and have him say, well, I told you so. Well, I told you so, because I don't like to eat crow very well. It doesn't taste good. And so we've got to make our choices as a board of the county to go to the dance with somebody that we're comfortable with.
And like I said, I don't want to be that scapegoat myself, but I can tell you, we can assist in this financing if you wish. But if something happens, mainly, my biggest concern is the vote. I mean, as I've said to this board, if I had my druthers and you were not going to vote, I would go out and I'd establish a public building commission and take it through the public building commission and not risk a vote. But we're too far down that line. We are definitely going down to a vote, so you might as well go for a GO vote, not an advisory election, but a general obligation election, so you can drive down that rate as best you possibly can and hope that you get it done.
Well, we've got an advisory committee that's already established. They've got one meeting already under their belt. Now they're gonna have another one, I think the 25th.
It's the 25th.
Yeah,
So,
that's great.
Which is kind of your drum beaters out there for the public to spread the facts, not the lies.
But that goes back again, there is the physical facility. You keep telling us we need a financial or a municipal advisor, which those folks are not the municipal advisors.
Hey Joe, sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
Are you familiar with resource management and planning? I'm not exactly sure where they're out of, but they're a municipal advisory firm.
I do not know resource management planning. I don't know if there's a particular individual that you are referencing, Wade.
That's who Goldberg has indicated, and I think on some of the letterhead and what has been presented, who he's been going through. Now, what I remember about that, I just kind of looked it up off the top of my head, but I know I've seen their emblem on some of the paperwork that's come through for the county, but I can't, he'd be the one that would have to talk about who they are and where they came from.
Understood. I don't know them. We use Steeple, Dave Ardeberry, I think he's over with Burlington, Columbia Capital, the fellow named Jeff White. There's PFM, which is out of Minnesota, that does an awful lot of work. They each work with different municipalities that we represent. There's probably a few others, but I would probably suggest that Dave Ardeberry, who knows the community, not so much the county, but he knows the community, would be somebody to suggest, notwithstanding resource managing partners, maybe an appropriate municipal advisor.
Can you leave us a list of a few names?
Sure,
please?
absolutely. Sure.
But you don't have any in your world.
We have to be separate. We have to be separate. Like I said, I'm just a little.
Use the bond guy or bond people, and then you've got to have somebody out on your own to be the advisor.
Yeah, you use us for bonds or economic development, whether it's PAYGO or bond, revenue bonds, governmental, street, sewer, sidewalks, jails, hospitals, libraries. You use us for that. But when you start talking numbers, you need somebody that can actually has the credentials to talk numbers.
You or the other firm that Goldberg wants to be in with are the bond attorneys.
We're the bond attorneys, and
So-
I have nothing bad to say about Gilmore and Bell. We do stuff together. We do things differently. I have nothing bad to say about them. They're a really good firm.
When can you have that list to us?
I could give you a list when I get back to the office. I could send it down to Bobby and you and to Wade, and you can make the selection. I could give you what I would recommend, but I'm not an elected official, so.
We see the list, we won't know anymore, we know right now.
Yeah.
Known from Adam.
Almost got to have a recommendation from a person we got a lot of trust in.
You may want to call the mayor of Burlington. You may want to talk to the mayor of Burlington and see what his thoughts are. I mean, that's food for thought. You could talk to some of your other counties, who they're using, and do they like them? Your surrounding counties. That would be a suggestion that I would offer to you. But I could give you some of the names. So that's, sorry to take as much time as I did, but I'm happy to answer questions associated with the financing, happy to help, happy to step away if it's right for the county. It's quite all right. I do think that we have a couple economic development projects that we'll be handling. I hope I'm able to serve the county in that manner. So I think that's all I have, unless you have anything, Wade, anything else to add?
Nope, I think you covered it.
Okay. I'll give you some names.
Okay, thank
All right,
you.
good. And I'll be back, I'm certain we'll be back for this agreement, and I think when Bert gets up here, we'll be talking about the IRB, so, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
My pleasure.
I know the commissioners, you gotta be tired already, but if we can power through, I'm gonna try to shorten up real quick. Drop Lyon County from the agenda as mentioned by the chairman. And also move me down on the Fall Festival Fund and allow Mr. Bert Peterson with Auburn to.
Wade, do you want to stay or do you want to be let loose?
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you, I just.
Okay. While you have your Joe here and Mr. Burt, talk about your project.
You bet, guys, I just came over to give you an update. I appreciate how you guys treated us when we were here last. We look forward to the project going through. We stubbed our toe on everything from Burlington's alleys being 8 feet off of where they're supposed to be and not being able to fit, to having to do water studies and being held to a different standard with the highway department based on a project up the street, and it's delayed me, and I now have full civic plans with water studies to pass all that, and I've put in our application with KDOT. The reason you haven't heard from me is I don't know how long it takes to get that from KDOT. Our regional person in charge with KDOT has accepted another position, I understand, in Topeka. She was a good friend of mine, a good person, but she's not there. I walked in the day after and went, oh no. So the new guy in charge seemed caught by surprise that he was now in charge, but he accepted, was very gracious, and turned in the application. Don't know how long it's going to take. We went from a simple application to the highest level of application, which, based on our traffic counts, was never anticipated by us or anybody else in the city or county. So, no, we've met that. I brought these. You guys are welcome to pass them around. The meat starts on page 4, what they basically held us to. So you can see there's an entire traffic count that had to be updated, but that's what we're going to do on the lots. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to call us. So I'll leave these for your study or for the garbage can. It's up to you.
Precisely, what did KDOT say to you? Did they say you could not discharge into 75?
Yeah, they don't want any water going into 75. But so if you, put it together. Yep, I'll show you what we're doing. And I don't want to throw KDOT under the bus. They're trying to do what's best for the highway.
I'm trying to do what's best for Auburn Pharmacy's people. If you'll look here, what we have, the water design, I'll try to back up so I can generalize. So the hospital is here. This is 75. We have 2 lanes of drive-through and a bypass. So you come in, all traffic will come in from, what is it, Garrett's, and come in, 2 lanes, exit out on the 75, right? This is wide enough for, it's really wide enough for 3 lanes by most standards, but it's 2 lanes so you can go left or right out of it. So all water, our roof on our building slopes this direction, and those drains will be tied into the city sewer directly. We're putting a grate in the parking lot here and one here, and at the bottom, if you go to this drawing, which shows the elevations for the retention, little small retention pond at the back, the goal is to slow the water down, right? So it doesn't flow out anywhere and cause problems. For me, I want it off my parking lot as fast as possible so there's no chance for ice, slip, fall, right? We do that with grates, get it in the city storm sewer as fast as possible. And that's, KDOT doesn't want any water coming out into the highway, so we're tying into all of these. We're extending city storm sewer.
That was the issue of the Family Dollar. They didn't want 2 entries.
Right.
So it went down to 1.
Right.
But they didn't want any water coming on. But so right now you're talking about 1 entry or 1 exit off your business, because your entry is primarily coming off the city street.
Yeah, and in a normal circumstance, if we had a lot shaped differently, one of the big problems, just full disclosure, one of the big problems we had is the width of this lot, right? We're pretty much sticklers for the distance between a vehicle parked nose away and nose away to be able to back out and go, right? Mr. Burns has one of the largest trucks made. They pull trailers with it, and I take 2 of those trucks and I physically mark it out in my parking lot to make sure it can be done. And I won't build it if it's smaller because it's just going to cause problems. So we had to retool a little bit to make it fit and incur a lot more architectural fees and engineering fees. But it all fits. We were able to reach an agreement with the neighboring property owners to the east, because one of the big issues, if you stand right here and you look down that alley, pretty flat on this lady's property, and about 5 foot before the end of her property, it just 4 foot. So we're going to raise that alley for about 28 feet and not cause any problems to the neighbors because we're tying everything into the storm sewer. So that's what all this time has taken. I spoke with Joe in the hallway earlier. Don't really want to submit for the bond stuff until I have in my hand a permit from KDOT. It's their highway, their rules. They're going to tell us when we can begin and what we can do and what we can't. We've met every guideline that we believe we're being held to at this point. So I came over to tell you guys when we were here last time, we were ready to go. We thought we were ready to go. I had bids from contractors, and I was ready to sign contracts and go, but it slowed us down.
Are you going to have to rebid it?
I have chosen not to pressure the contractors, since I've asked them 3 times to update their numbers. When I get we pretty much know who's doing it, but yeah, whenever, depending on the amount of time it takes to get these documents in from KDOT, sure. Some of the, concrete bids have changed a little bit because of the standards and stuff we've been held to, but it's still the same project, just maybe a different radius on something here and there. So
Material costs alone, you was in here, what, January?
Yeah.
January, and now it's May? So
They got it cheaper.
Rebar went from $6 to $9 a stick.
Yeah, don't tell me that. So, that furthers our need for what we came to you guys for, and we appreciate your offer to help us in that. And we will be contacting them as soon as we get it. But I don't feel it's smart to start the process until we get full permission from KDOT, because we all know what that can be. So.
You know how long that'll be?
No, I don't.
What was the deal with that alley again? It's just...
So in the city of Burlington, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I understand it is some years back when the city was originally established, drawn, and the chalk lines were popped, there was a datum or something was off 1.2 degrees or something like that. Well, if you start at the center, they're dead on. But as you go farther and farther away, these alleyways get farther and farther off. Well, we're about as far away, and the alley sets 8 full feet onto our property, according to the
So
survey.
you own the alley?
Well,
In a sense.
technically we own the alley, but it's full of city services that are
Right.
buried under it and in the misplaced easement, so we had to go through the full survey process and all that, yeah.
You're not the only property in town to experience that. So that's why I'm seeing all these other flags extending on east onto other properties.
Yes, sir.
I assumed that's what it was.
Yeah, yeah, that's what's going on.
City of Leroy's got the same issue with property lines when we've done a lot of expanding east of the railroad tracks.
Yeah.
I mean, streets and lots are all off 8 to 12 feet.
I've
As we
learned that
discovered,
it's fairly common. I didn't know that it was that common.
City of Leroy's got those type issues.
Yeah, so,
Other cities, I don't know.
but I think they've made the adjustments, we can fit everything.
Good.
So, we went through everything from a retaining wall that was going to be very expensive to never even bid that, because I just saw it and went, no, we have to figure something else out.
There's gotta be a better way.
Yeah, so that's where the reason the alley came by. Anyway, I just came to tell you guys where we're at. We spoke what we thought was truth and found out we weren't quite as ready as we thought we were.
Have you talked to Tony at the KDOT and Garnett to see if he can expedite this?
I have,
Expedite this.
I'm not
issue.
sure who Tony is.
I think he's, I could be wrong on the name. I think he's one in charge of KDOT at Garnett, but I
It
could be.
was, Don Schmidt.
Donna's the engineer.
Yeah, and Don is gone. I think moved on.
Ian, you're speaking with Ian now, I believe.
No, I'm dealing with Sean Denny.
Okay.
Sean Denny immediately sent me to Topeka because when they changed the standard, and this is what I've been told, I'm not an expert on KDOT, but when they changed the standard from the lowest standard, which we thought we were subject to based on our traffic counts, to the highest standard based on their water retention, and it changes who gets to sign. Donna would have been able to sign what we started with. Where we're at now, it's in Topeka, which is why generally when things go to Topeka, they...
Tack on an extra 6 months.
I would be happy if it was 6 months. I can tell you in Lindsburg, the last one took me a year. So,
With Family Dollar already being taken care of, you would think that would help expedite this situation here.
Because it's basically the same thing.
Basically the same.
I would tell you that the way Family Dollar went is, from what I've been explained, why we're being held to the additional standard.
It's good news, huh?
No, not really. Those are
Sorry.
expensive drawings.
Sorry.
But no. So if you guys got questions, ask. I just here, open book, let you know where we're at. We did not.
Appreciate you coming in and giving us that.
Yep.
Good update.
Tell Mike hi.
I certainly will. He regretted not being here today, but
Just tell him hi, and we're looking forward to the new additions.
thank you guys. Have you any questions?
We'll get together as soon as you get ready.
Yep.
Finish up the state form, and then we'll deliver it to the attorney. He will do his magic, and then you'll be good to go.
I expect to get notes back telling me what they don't like, and then I'll have to resubmit. When that happens, I'll get with you, because that means...
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
My shop I have on.
Have a nice day, guys.
Have a good
Thank
one.
you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Mr. Bobby,
Do y'all want a break, or do you want me to plow through?
just keep plowing.
All right. So, I said, Miss Angie, she brought this a while ago, is my budget able to handle it on a different issue? Yeah, we could, but it's not really. So, this festival that we spoke on a few times, I sent an email, I gave you guys a copy of it, to Miss Angie and to Mr. Richard, talking about generally the predicament that might come up in the total budget for the total festival. So if you turn to the back page, start reading up, you see where I'm reaching out to Angie and Richard saying, for multiple reasons, I'd like to have a separate fund within the county accounting structure to handle this festival. one of the biggest reasons is transparency. Like, there's gonna be tons of money coming in and tons of money going out, small pieces. So there's like 10 or 12 different sources of revenue, for instance. Some of them come in the day of the festival, some of them come in pretty soon. And if we just lump them in, I want to be able to tell the story after this festival's over, a financial story. We made X money, we lost X money. But I want to be able to do that. Segregating the funds would be, allow the commissioners at least to be able to look on paper and say, this is what came in and out. The other reason is just, it's going to put me in a situation, if we fund it out of economic development, all the different expenditures, there'll be times when I have to come ask for permission for temporary increases, however that looks. So I was asking Richard and Miss Angie the best path forward to how to approach the commission about setting up that separate fund. That on the first page you see an expense and income. And I tried to be as pessimistic as possible because I'm trying to give you the worst scenario other than rain. And I bought the rain insurance, by the way. It's $1,000 to cover the circus.
Alternate site. There was a question about alternate site. Did you find an alternate site?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Across the road.
Okay.
But generally, this should be pretty, like the worst scenario, not the worst, but a pretty bad scenario of income and expense, of total expenditure of $68,000 and a total income of $55,000. I expect it to actually make money. I mean, I really do feel like we're going to be able to, one day after a few years, this festival may just roll on its own without any type of subsidy from anybody.
Are we gonna do any outside county advertisement?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir. Especially with the circus.
Yes.
That circus, we're going to send clowns. They pay for a certain amount of that. The circus does. They'll send their clowns down. I'll send them into Franklin County schools. I'll send them into Anderson County schools, Woodson County schools, because we want their families to come to.
We got plenty of clowns around here.
Right.
You better clarify that.
We're not going to do a whole lot of radio, and we're going to do some paper. I think this place does have a good paper readership, but we'll do some outside paper as well, but not a whole lot. I mean, our big thing is like direct marketing, like going to Walmart, paying kids to put flyers out. That's a big thing. Let them raise a few bucks. And that's the neat thing about this entire festival is that so many of our civic clubs, not just in Burlington, I'm talking about the lodge out of Gridley, they could raise money, and significant money, in one of these carnival booths. We're arranging this to be a huge fundraiser for the entire county, for every civic group, and participate. Not just come, but actually participate. So one of the booths, speaking about that, I need to get back to this. That's what I'm really here to ask for you guys to set a fund up and to fund it in advance and treat it like a loan type situation. Clear it out after the festival's over. Maybe draw it back down. If there's any surplus revenues, leave the surplus in there and draw down the fund, replace general or wherever the money comes from. But that's up to you guys. The fund's what I need. But one of the booths is ready, and it'll be put up in town this week, now that it's sunshine outside. We'll set up one of the carnival games. I think Lions Club chose a pretty interesting game. We'll have them set it up, and you'll be able to see what it actually looks like, the carnival piece.
I got to actually see it. It looks pretty nice, really nice. And it's something, as long as people that use them or rent them take care of them, they'll be able to be used for many, many years to come.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If they're kept up, anybody, if the county commission chooses so, can use these booths. There was a festival in downtown Burlington last week. You were there, and the wind was blowing so bad, people couldn't keep stuff on the table. The American Legion was trying to sell hot dogs, and it blew their plate off of all their hot dogs on the ground. You know, it's just tough. Wind is tough in Kansas. These booths, wind's not gonna blow them away. They're a real carnival booth.
They're pretty nice looking. They're good. As long as you set them up the right way, you can use them as a wind block.
Yes, sir.
Instead of a parachute.
Yes, sir.
So you have to be careful on how you set them up, or where you set them up.
Yes,
Be
sir.
like a tent. But a lot better. So the account, go ahead, Tim, I see the smoke rolling.
So you want a fund to work off of?
Please. Yes, sir. So we could use my existing fund, but it's just gonna be messy, and I'm gonna end up coming back at some point, at least once or twice.
I think it'd be wise to set up a different account.
There's no question it'd be a plus.
Because if this is gonna be an annual deal, you know, and I don't even, personally, it doesn't really matter to me if it comes back out of it or not. But he's just gonna be back next year asking for the same thing, with probably less money, because you don't
Correct.
have the expense of building your little carnival.
That's right.
Offices, whatever you wanna call them.
Yes, sir.
And what's the dates on this?
September 15th, 16th, and 17th.
And they said something about what kind of an account? They said 114. So did anybody come up with an account? Did you, between Angie
Yeah,
or
and that's
and
what I
Richard?
did the other day. We called it Fall Festival.
So you did set up
I set up a fund, yeah,
Okay,
but I guess you just need to determine if you wanna put money into it.
right.
What are you thinking we should pull it out of? Community improvement?
It'd be in the general fund you'd have to pull it out of, because, you can only move money from those funds back to where they were originally transferred, so you could do general fund community improvement.
Community improvement's probably not a good fit,
What would fit better?
Tourism,
yeah.
but there's not enough.
Or general fund capital, or, courthouse general. You don't have the general fund
Mental wellness.
department.
Community improvement reserve,
It'd be general fund community improvement line item.
general fund. General fund, line item, community improvement, 1.3. Is that right?
Probably. If you, yeah,
The dark.
yeah.
Okay. But that money could be taken out of this fall festival account and put back into here if we chose to do that. Okay. I don't know, I lost my paper now. So the 68.8 is what you're looking for?
Yes, sir.
I'm just gonna go to 70. I'll move that we, fund, Fall Festival account at $70,000 to come out of general fund line item community improvement account.
All second.
Jesse's moved, Tim second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm sorry for taking so much of your time today, but thank you.
We're here all day. Here all day. Okay. That ends our agenda.
Is Wade still on the phone?
Wade, you still here?
Yep, I'm here.
Yep.
Do you wanna talk about the road and bridge thing?
Oh, yeah,
And
let's hit the road and bridge, thing. You might wanna take a nap here in a little while.
Yeah.
Who wants to take a nap?
I said you might wanna take a nap here in a little bit. I'll take it.
Here's all of it, all of it, all of it, all of it.
It's a whole pack.
Take all of it, pass on all of it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, we've got the,
Advertisements on the front and then the job descriptions on the back.
we've got the advertisement and the job description here, Wade.
Okay.
I know last week there was, Dawn was, wanting to write something in as far as grant writing, being a positive, a plus but not a must, maybe?
So, within the job description itself, on page 2 of the job description, in the continuation of that paragraph and just above county organization, duties and responsibilities. Are you on, you know where I am?
Yep.
So, above the second bullet point from the bottom above that, preferred ability to prepare and research grant opportunities specific to the needs of the county and surrounding communities. It doesn't say it's required, it says preferred.
Okay.
I think, to me, that's probably a good way to state it. You know, to me, that wouldn't rule out somebody that's not qualified for it, that's got the experience on it, but yet it, shows that it would be important.
And then if you
To me,
look
that's a good
at-
way to state it.
Okay. And then if you look at the job notice, it also has in preferred experience, the last sentence, prior experience with grant writing is preferred but not required.
Yeah.
Does that cover what you thought it should cover, Don?
I personally think we wanna be real careful when we go into this grant deal, cause my thoughts on that is, that's what we hire engineers to do. And I know the comment was made, well, Wayne does grants, but Wayne's an engineer too. And I've talked to quite a few road supervisors and stuff, they don't do grants. It's just like this, we had this person leave here a couple of weeks ago and went to Allen County. The guy would have never had a job if he had been able to do grants, because he doesn't do grants, but they hire engineers to do those. So I think we want to be real careful when we're trying to tell people that you've got to be able to write grants, or, to me, it is. That's why we hire engineers.
And I fully understand where you're at, Bob, but this is not requiring it, it's only a preferred. And so, this leaves the application wide open for anybody that's qualified otherwise. Even though he may not technically write the grant, it's also, he should have the ability to understand the grant and be somewhere to supply the information. So,
Acknowledgement of the grants that are out there.
yeah.
Bird dogging,
Yeah.
whatever may be, you know, is very beneficial to our county and our expenses. Is there anything else in here, Wade, that you want to bring to our attention?
The other thing that, I added, let me switch back to the job description itself. added something that sort of came up as I was going through and putting this together. It's basically a reference to this position will also be the direct supervisor for the landfill as well. And I don't think road and bridge makes sense, but sometimes those two are separate. And if I understand the table of organization as it exists presently, Wayne covers a lot of, he's the supervisor over everything, but then you have tiers, and one of those tiers is road and bridge, or landfill, sorry. So landfill needs to be included, and then if the decision is made to have a supervisor at the landfill, then that's fine, but somebody needs to be over that person. Just my opinion.
Why? We're not, no one's gonna be over this road and bridge supervisor except for us. Why can't we be over the landfill supervisor?
Well, then that's the decision that needs to be made, so that you're gonna end up having a whole nother table of organization specific to the landfill then. And I didn't know which direction you were gonna go, so if this position was going to oversee and supervise the landfill, then it needed to be included. If not, then it needs to be, that needs to be developed as well.
The only reason Wayne is because he was an engineer, and at the time when he was hired, that's what the part-time engineer done, because we were building cells and stuff. But I personally think the landfill should be a standalone on its own.
So I didn't remember any conversation about that, so I didn't know, and that's why it's being brought up.
Right.
So within the job description above general, on page 1, general position duties and responsibilities, in bullet point 3, it does mention Coffee County landfill. So Angie has the document because I sent it to her. If you want that removed, then just remove it. But that will have to be addressed later.
I don't think we ought to remove it. I think it's given an option. Is it not given an option here that we can direct them to be over the landfill?
I guess ultimately you get to define the table of organizations. So.
And include but not limited to Coffee County landfill. If we tell them, if we as a board tell the individual that you're gonna be over the landfill, they're gonna be over the landfill. But if we choose to make the landfill a sole, whatever you wanna call it, department, standalone department, then we can do that, and that just takes it off the table then. But I think having it in there is okay, as long as us, the board, get to choose if they're over the landfill or not. And if they're not, then there needs to be a new table of organization just for the landfill alone.
Well, my thinking is we have all these requirements and everything to be over road and bridge and everything, and there's not a requirement once what your knowledge of landfills or anything like that. And the guy that we have in the landfill has been out there, that guy's been operating that landfill for quite a few years, been going good with it. He knows the requirements, but we don't have any requirements for this new position. What do you know about a landfill? Well,
where the trash goes.
I know where it's at. Yeah. So I don't know. If we're changing things, might be a time to make it more independent.
So there's not a department head at the landfill, is there not?
Well, actually, Jeff is in charge of the landfill.
In charge of it.
Yeah. Jeff used to work at the landfill. Well, then when Wayne brought him over here, Wayne left him in charge of the landfill. That's where part of his salary comes from. But Wayne Arb has been running the landfill for years, and
if we decide to make that a separate department, that is something that could be done even after this is taken care of.
with as many years as there's been an engineer on staff, and as many years the way things have gone, I see this as gonna be a learning curve for each and every one of us, as well as the employees of the road and bridge or the employees of the landfill. As long as we all work together to accomplish the same goals, it'll be fine. So, I mean, there's gonna be we're gonna stub our toe, got a couple of belly aches, but I think we'll get through it. And landfill does have its own budget, so we can beat the fit, paint to match after it. I mean, I know you want to do it in writing as best you can, but.
But, I mean, don't you think, I mean, all bases are covered on this? I mean,
Yeah.
If we choose to change it, we choose to change it, but, I mean, that's after the fact.
We can
I mean,
change that later.
I mean, just
Correct.
because we
But
tell
not
them.
limited to,
But
yeah.
not limited to.
After the fact depends, when you hire the person, what are you hiring this person for?
Road and bridge.
Road and bridge. So, how are you
But-
gonna change after fact of landfill?
But if we want them to do the landfill, then us as a commission can direct them to oversee the landfill if we choose.
And.
Or we can appoint
And
somebody.
you're gonna raise the salary.
No, because it's stated in here. This is your job description.
Okay, I see
If
what
we
you're, I see
choose-
what
if
you're
we
saying,
choose
if
to.
we choose, okay.
Right. Or we can make the landfill a totally separate
Yeah.
entity.
To me, this is just covering all bases.
Yeah, it puts it back on us
Of course,
to
you
make
know,
the choice.
we're gonna be changing the table of organization dramatically too.
There's gonna be it's gonna be a cubby shoot.
Including, but it says, and including, but not limited to, so it is saying, when it says and including, that means that it's going to be the landfill.
And including.
You're including it, but not limited to.
Wade, that wording, is that a safe to do as we,
If you're wanting to make it an option, you probably wanna take where it says, direct and oversee all department employees, department supervisors, and administrative staff, period. This may also include the
Coffee County landfill.
supervision of the Coffee County landfill, and I don't know what other area that might also include, but that would give you the may, and then as you meet with people and you talk to them during the interview process, that might be a topic you bring up, that it may include this, it may not, how does that change your, impact your application if at all?
Yeah.
No, I like that word.
I like that better. Angie, did you get that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Don't wanna
Angie got that
don't
wrote
wanna take
down.
away any opportunities, but I
Right.
don't want to limit it to certain.
But I also wanted to put it back into us, if we want them to oversee the landfill, I wanna be able to appoint that person
We
to
need to
oversee
have
the
the
landfill.
That's a little bit better clarification.
I like that, Wade.
And that does leave the option open.
Yep.
Yeah, and again, you're gonna go back to whoever that person is that gets hired, there's gonna be lots of communication going on to restructure that table of organization, yes. So,
I mean,
just be prepared.
If I'm the applicant, I'll wanna know, if I'm gonna be potentially supervising people in a landfill, I'd like to know that ahead of time, because that may impact what my requested, salary might be. And it may not make an impact, but if you know up front that it's on the table, then that needs to be a point of discussion.
Wade, what's a veteran's preference employer?
Where are you looking?
Very last page on the, we're sending out for the application we're sending out,
Press release,
press release, I guess.
very last paragraph. Coffee County is an equal opportunity employer and a veteran preferred employer, preference employer.
And what's the question?
What is a veteran's preference employer?
That just means that the county evaluates veterans. That's something that I had in one of mine for, my administrative positions. And I think that was originally sent to me from McGrath when we were working through that process.
But what does that mean? You're veterans, you got a better chance?
I can tell you what the VA told me about that. The VA, what I was told by the VA was that all things being equal to candidates, everything being equal, and the veteran has a veteran's preference letter. That's taken into consideration.
So it's like a letter of recommendation.
And I don't know what the legalities are of having to go by that, but all things being equal with a veteran's preference letter, that was supposed to be kind of what tipped the scales.
It used to be if everything was equal, the veteran got it.
Yeah.
You didn't have to have a letter or anything else. I think if you're a veteran, you pretty well got a letter saying it's your.
Yeah, and now the VA actually on their site will have a letter that you can print off that says this is to verify veterans, but it says for federal service, federal civil service.
I'm just curious.
So you can, and that's a good catch, Bob. So I don't remember if it's something that we have to have in there or not.
All you have to have is Coffee County is an equal opportunity employer, period.
Yeah. So you can take that out if you want. I think you guys, as the board, do a pretty good job of, someone who has prior military background or experience. I think they're highly considered and evaluated based on their background and experience, including their veteran status.
You know me, I'm not one for a lot of words, and there's a lot of words in that last paragraph that only needs to be about 6. Coffee County is an equal opportunity employer.
And Coffee County will not refuse to hire a disabled applicant who is qualified.
You can't,
I know
because you're
right. Does that need to be there?
That's what I'm saying. Coffee County is an equal opportunity employer. Period.
So you can strike everything there after that and move Coffee County as an equal opportunity employer up behind the word experience.
Sounds good.
Is that what you want to do?
That
Works for me.
That paper charges us quite a bit.
By
to
the word.
advertise.
Paper charges by the letter or by the word?
Yeah.
By the word.
How much did we just save?
Makes sense.
Did you guys decide if you want it called superintendent or supervisor? Wade, did you talk to them about that?
Oh, I didn't mention that. So one of the things that came up as I was putting this together is the differentiation between the word superintendent and supervisor. You may want it superintendent. It definitely demonstrates a level of status, but are they going to be a superintendent for Coffee County, or are they going to be a supervisor? I don't know which one. It really doesn't matter. It's just a play on words.
How about leader?
I like word superintendent. It gives them a little bit of status, and they need the status because they're going to be in charge of these people. They need the status.
You get superintendent and supervisor all in the same supervision, all in the same paragraph.
Total
So now
sentence.
you just pick one.
Superintendent adds a little more value to it.
Same
maybe.
principle.
Yeah. I'm fine with either way.
And they're managing 52 people, 51, whatever it may be.
As of right now.
Yeah.
I'm fine with whatever on that one.
I have no
So
problem.
the last thing that's in the application or in the job notice is in paragraph below minimum experience, and this is something that has a drug screen, which has to be done as a matter of course, but then a background check. Now, do you want that to be a driver's license background check specified, or a full background check? Or are you okay with it just saying background check?
You mean you're just talking MVR or criminal background check, those are the two.
Yep. I mean, if you just want it to be driving, then add the word a driving.
So, personally.
No, I think it needs to be a criminal background check, because you got an individual that is dealing with budget, you got an individual that is, leading everybody down there. I think you need to look at all avenues, personally, that's just my personal opinion. Everybody else can chime in. I think we need to have a full background check.
I have no problem with that at all.
Yeah.
You do a limited check, you're not gonna do much, doing a limited check, you're not gonna do much
Well,
discovery.
you're just gonna check your MVR, you're just gonna check your driving record, and that's it. If
And
you
that-
do a criminal background check, then that is pulling up, that's pulling leaves over.
Are you okay with, I put in there that the position is open until filled, and then first review of applications will occur on Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, which is day after Memorial Day. Are you okay with that, or do you want that to be changed?
God, is that enough time?
Depends on how many applications you get. You can make it later, the following week.
I'd give it at least another week.
Let's do, please.
I'd give it another week.
I know it's.
Are you okay with it saying open until filled?
Open until filled's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
So Andrew will need to change that to Monday.
June 6th.
Only thing about open to fill is you appoint somebody and then the best candidate in the world comes in and
Yep. Well, I mean,
That's
still
the way it
you still got your June 6th that you're gonna review
But
applications.
that's the way, yeah. Right, and then if they don't work, then you go,
Yeah.
use your
Pitch
opportunity
those
to
in
go
the
back
trash
out.
can and roll on
Yeah,
out.
move on out, yeah.
Can't pitch it in the trash
And
can.
I'm fine with it, but you, with the little changes there, like the.
Will this notice go out to all the counties, through the state organization?
We can.
To me, we need to get the publication out there as far as we possibly can. And I know they provide that service, as I understand it.
So with those corrections made, Wade, today we just have to approve the publication and the job description?
Yes, and then Angie will need to have it on in her office so that if somebody wants to give her a call and request it, then they can get it.
Right.
The only thing in the job description is the, direct and oversee all department and may include Coffee County landfill. That was the only thing.
That was the only thing in the
on
job description.
Right?
That was changed from the last time I saw it.
Right. And
There were some, just grammar checks that I made.
okay, but, I mean, as far as a change that would affect anything, that's the only thing we need, right?
Yep,
That and
landfill and the grant writing.
The grant writing being a plus, not a must, is all.
Oh, that was the change, I didn't get that one.
Well, I might have worded it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's in, where was that? Second page.
It's the same page next to it. That's not, we didn't change that today.
We didn't change
We didn't change it today.
That's an addition to it, so.
It was already
That waste
changed coming in.
Oh, okay, so the only changes I'm
We've
doing
got two changes, was the
is the landfill thing.
landfill and then
And then the application, or the ad.
The
remove
ad's
that
going
one.
out.
Okay.
Where is it on the grant here?
I lost it.
I lost it. Where was it on the second?
The second
The
page,
grant thing.
the grant writing.
Next to the last.
Oh, yeah, it says preferred ability, repair, and research grant opportunities, safety to needs.
Why couldn't that say the same thing it's saying right here on the application? Prior experience with grant writing is preferred but not required.
You mean on the advertisement?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Why couldn't it say the exact same thing there?
Let's do that. I agree.
Okay, Angie. Where's it at in the where's it at in the job description?
Second. Oh, the job
Page
description?
2, second bullet point above county organization duties
Oh,
and
okay, there it is.
responsibilities. So yeah, well, just copy that, like Bob said.
Where did Bob find it?
No, I found it right down there, and then it's
If
here
you're
on the very
prepared,
last.
experience with grant writing is preferred but not required.
Yeah.
Preferred.
Okay, Angie, on the
I see.
application, or on the job description, second page,
Preferred ability to prepare and research grant opportunities specific.
yeah, and then insert, or remove and insert
Just like
prior experience with grant writing is preferred but not required.
So you want that removed, and then
We
put
want,
this.
we want this part removed in the
In the job.
description
And then put that.
and add what's in the the
Okay.
publication in there.
Okay.
So you're taking out job description altogether,
Well, but we're just
We'll put it
rewording
back
it.
in.
We're
Just put it
rewording
back
it.
in.
but you're eliminating it here altogether?
No,
Okay.
we're putting prior experience with grant writing is preferred but not required.
Understand, yeah. Just to me, it's gotta stay there.
Yeah, it is. She's just taking out this wording and putting that wording in to make it the same.
Yep.
yes sir, yes sir.
Get all that done? Okay. I move that we accept the job title as presented with corrections made for the new road and bridge superintendent. And approve the the publication with corrections.
I'll second that.
Jesse's moved, on second. Any further discussion? Thank God. Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Hooray, hooray.
With that being said, I know we still got a lot on our table yet, we haven't even got to round table really. I'd like to request a recess for till 1:10 or so, whatever.
Okay. Tom's
I mean, I
request.
can do it till 1, but I don't know if the rest of you can, so.
Yeah, we just might as well recall it at 1:15.
Okay,
Call recess until 1:15. We'll be back.
thank you.
Wade, you wanna hang out here? You wanna hang out?
I think I'll hang up, just give me a call when you need me.
Okay.
Leave him hanging.
Angie, your battery's at 20%.
Okay, I got that.
You better go charge that one.
I recessed it.
Oh,
I should see that.
Time to-
You want me to, I'll bet her. If it ends up in my stack, we're in trouble.
Oh, but it is my phone. Okay, good. There's a card.
Yep.
Suppose, oh, we're on.
Yeah, I turned it on.
You turned it on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're gonna go into round table, or are we
Well,
going to?
on the agenda, we still had that,
Still had the
Short-term
short-term
disability.
disability.
And I think we're gonna have to postpone that because, Jeremy didn't get back with me on any information yet. They were trying to put stuff together.
Okay.
To work it like we do our health insurance, where they administer, or someone would administer the plan, but yet we would do it
Yeah.
self-insured, yeah. I did get an email from Trust Point that they do short-term disability through Aflac, but it would be a policy thing. And I explained that we were wanting to do it self-funded, so I don't know if they can work it that way, but I was waiting to get back the information from Jeremy first before we.
I don't think they could do it. I mean, I don't think they could, but I might be wrong.
So that one could just take off the agenda today. I thought he was gonna have it to me by Friday, so.
So, well, yeah, I guess we're signing some papers, aren't we?
It wasn't much of a break, the phone rang.
Give you a break?
Good.
Ninth. For sure it's a ninth. I just looked.
Yep, it's the ninth.
Oh, and then while you're signing, there's the 2 copies of it. You're the only one that needs to sign these.
Okay, we approved that, didn't we? Okay, I can sign that.
I guess you need to sign that too.
I know it's the transfers,
Oh, so I guess.
So much
yeah,
when
you-
we're still
I can fill that in.
making up.
On this 9th and.
I don't.
Take a look at that.
Angie has to sign that. And this is what?
It's the same thing he did.
Graduation.
Needs two
Oh, needs two
original.
copies.
Graduation updates be in the paper this week.
They're probably paying in advance.
Say that some of these graduations are happening pretty quick
The
this
due
year.
date is May 15th.
Everything around here is
And
this
then
week.
a couple
Most
of
everything's the
extra.
14th, this Saturday.
So then it would
It's
just
always
take
on
off
Mother's Day. It's
their
kinda odd
so much
that it
every
wasn't.
month. I see departments do that. We did that on some of these utilities.
Lebo and Waverly, I think, are Sunday, right?
And sorry, I put stuff over here. Do you want me to wait? These are copies of these, 2 copies of the
Okay.
loan agreement.
Oh, that's just on that one. There were 2 of them.
What
There
that
were,
means?
there were 2 minutes that needed signed.
There you go, ma'am.
Yeah.
Keep me in line.
Can't read it anyway.
Can't read it. They just scribble. Just stamp it. There was something else. Oh, I need to sign this, don't I?
And I did forward you guys information from Christina talking about the short-term disability, didn't I? In the email?
Yeah.
I thought I sent you guys what she had sent to me.
Yeah, that's been a couple of weeks ago, hasn't it?
It was last week, I thought,
Last week?
but
Oh.
I think it was after the
You want
meeting.
the correspondence or hold off on that? Since he's not-
We might as well send them around. Do I need this note?
No.
There's a
Want me to leave, are you done?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got other stuff I'll do in a bit.
There's something here. Will you check with Bobby and see if he's gonna have that address, that date changed to this day? So we can
Get it.
get it done, I guess. There's another piece of paper behind that, but that's it.
Just so you can get it.
I don't need that. You know, that's odd that every time we do a new emergency management director, we have to have a resolution for it.
I would have thought the resolution was, said we had an emergency
Right.
management director, and we never done this before that I know of. We didn't do it with Carl, and I don't think we ever did it with Russell.
Yeah. But you did say that it was coming down from the
She
state.
told me that they needed it at the state, but
Maybe they've changed the rules.
that corner house earlier. we were
Oh,
talking
okay. The money they're asking, or what they're asking for.
And how much did we have in this, in that fund, do you know?
It's
14,000.
867 or something like that.
14,867.
I think, I wrote it down. Don't quote me on that 867.
Yeah, close enough. What's it called, 14,500.
$754, excuse me.
Yeah, 14,754 is what I wrote down.
Yeah.
If I can read my own writing.
Some days that's a challenge.
I wrote it down and threw it in the trash because I made a mental list. No.
I'll let you take care of that one.
Yeah, no report, right?
Mustache.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I know we did a fair donation to, Ministries.
Ministries. Mhm.
Yeah, using the same fund, if you will. So I'd make the motion to approve the $2,000 for Corner House.
I'll second that motion.
Tom's moved, Don seconded to, I guess, contribute $2,000 to the Corner House, Inc. in Emporia, Kansas.
Funds come from the,
Alcohol tax
yes,
fund.
Special alcohol.
Liquor drink tax fund.
yes,
Well, in our system, it's special alcohol program.
yeah.
Tom's moved, Don seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. 2,000. And we've got, back on the motions and the striking of motions, we've got resolution number 2022-883. The resolution appointing an emergency management director for Coffee County, Kansas, We did this last week and we had to rescind it, but because of the wrong number. But Coffee County is of an emergency Coffee County is in need of emergency management director. And Amber Presley is qualified to serve Coffee County Emergency Management Director. So, just changing the resolution number, so.
I'll make the motion.
Tim moved,
I'll second.
Tom second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. There's for y'all's signature. Oh, wait a minute, sorry, nope. Give that back. This is the one you want to sign. There. It has fancier handwriting at the top. Angie's gonna whack me with a big stick.
So we did approve this agreement with, Matt Godez at Southeast Kansas. I still have it wrote down. We did.
We didn't make a decision on that.
We have not made a decision on it.
That's the next thing I had written down.
Yeah.
That's, I was just gonna kinda work, instead of going into executive session, I was just gonna work down through everything, so we did Cornerstone.
Two copies of it.
Okay, so,
Oh, that was your copy, you don't want that anymore, do you?
I don't want that. What's this? This is property tax rebate agreement. Okay, so that is gonna come back around. I
Yeah.
might say that, that's, throw away.
And this resolution for the emergency management, is that the table?
Nope, we already did that. You can throw that away.
Okay.
Okay. We wanna go to the ECAN?
You can't do, they weren't requesting anything.
No, but to the agreement, to the planning commission.
Oh, Southeast Kansas.
Southeast Kansas.
Hold it.
Oh,
That's not ECAN, is it?
No.
Southeast Kansas Plan.
Southeast Kansas,
okay,
sorry,
okay.
Southeast Kansas.
Okay.
Sorry, there was an ECAN.
ECAN.
Basically for the next step with the planning commission, housing consulting services. That was the 20,000 and 20,000 in October of 2022.
Yep.
And renewable every year. It's
Upon our discretion.
upon our discretion. Basically, it's between agreement for housing consulting services between Coffee County, Kansas, and Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission for housing consultant services. Hereby enter into contract May 9th between Coffee County, Kansas, and SEKRPC, collective the parties to set out parties' mutual understanding as to the use of funds provided by Coffee County, provided by the county to the housing consultants.
I think the last housing study, gosh, I asked for that when I first came in. It was like close to 15 years old. It was an older one. I gave it to Bobby, a copy of it to Bobby. I think that's the reasoning behind this. I mean, again, a lot of the seminars and several of the seminars, I shouldn't say a lot of them, I didn't go to a lot, but the ones I did attend, even Jim Tolan spoke at one, that, you know, you need to create a toolbox, you need tools in your toolbox for things to happen, and I think this is a step I really did. We're gonna have to create some tax dollars to make tax dollars, so.
I was down to Schnutt last Friday with Bobby and Matt and two of the women that he works for, or works with, not for, but with. They're a huge amount of funding out there.
Huge.
You just gotta know how to go after it.
Yeah.
And I think this here, I shouldn't say maybe it's not a no-brainer, but this is one I think we really need to be involved in. Provide a huge amount of information for us down the road, and a huge amount of funding opportunities.
You know, going along with that, some of our, acknowledgements we signed, I mean, there's, even the governor's creating tax incentive districts throughout the state for housing, and, everybody seems to have the same issue. Every community of any size has the same issue, so. So I will make the motion to enter into this agreement.
Go ahead, Tim.
All second.
Tom moved, Tim second. Any further discussion on the agreement?
Only thing we didn't discuss were where the funds may come from, because we're gonna pull it out of, economic development, but we're just gonna have to replenish it, so I guess maybe we need to decide how we're gonna.
General fund, community improvement?
That's what I was thinking originally.
Mhm.
So leave it. So with that said, doing that right now, should we have Bobby budget for 20,000 more next year so it can come out of his budget next year?
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, I understand now he doesn't have any budget, we can't overspend it from now on, we should budget for it.
Yep. I know we told him at one time when he may have a budget that we could add to it if we ever needed to, so we'll do it as discussed. I agree with that.
Good. Hearing discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. I need to sign this, don't I? Two copies.
Oh, fill that.
We ran out of paper at the office. Sandy had you getting on where she got it from. It's like that tissue paper you put in Christmas packages. That's how thin it is.
Copy paper or?
Yeah, copy
How
paper.
does that work in a copier?
It's working, but
4 and 5 sheets at a time is what mine does.
Really?
My printer will spit out 4 to 5 sheets of it.
it's real thin, so.
You know what that is, that's recycled filter paper.
What? You'll think, I can't print that many copies off, and then you'll start looking, printer will send 3 or 4 to 5 sheets of that through at once.
I don't have to worry about the Travel Centers of America deal.
Road and bridge got taken care of.
You do have that one road.
We've got one road and bridge on whom we wanna pick to be our engineer,
And here are the,
Yeah.
to take over Wayne's, review Wayne's stuff, and,
The construction one, too, that came to me. Just to say no more.
and construction zone coming around.
This is the existing projects right now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
There's just two of them, what it sounds, so.
2 to 3.
Yeah,
You
2
got
or
the
3.
widening, you got 50, and then you got that bridge.
Bridge A or whatever that is.
Yeah. Well, sorry.
Sounded to me like Wayne was kind of pushing maybe CFS would be the one, which I had no problem with, because it, BG didn't respond, so.
BG's doing a lot in the county right now.
And I know Schwab Eaton has done stuff for us.
And Wayne did say he reached out to BG again today since the meeting, and they still said, well, they could get back with him, so he wasn't able to get anything from them today either.
So I guess maybe we need to make a decision.
Yeah.
Do you guys want Wade back on the phone or no?
For this, I don't know.
I don't think we need to wait on this. I mean, basically, we're just picking somebody to
Not yet.
6 days.
Well, for me, it's, you know, we got BG's already doing things, Cook Flat's already doing things, Schwab's done things, so I mean, it's whatever for me, I guess, what I'm trying to say.
What pricing differences on those?
It was.
Wasn't much different.
Not real bad.
CFS is the cheapest. No. Schwab Eaton. No.
I'll just make a motion that we take those projects finish them out with Schwab Eaton.
The Schwab Eaton and not CFS?
No, CFS, I'm sorry.
Okay. I
Yeah,
missed that.
Cook Flat, yeah.
Cook Flat and Strobel. Motion 2022-52, based on a recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve blank for as-needed engineer for project completion of high-risk rural road grant for Old 50 Highway and bridge replacement for 6A. Bob's moved that we use.
Is it really on the recommendation of the county engineer? It's not really.
No, it's not really.
He's not recommending, he told us who they could be.
Yeah.
He left that open.
Yeah, so I guess,
But I'll still move.
Bob's moved to, have CFS, Cook Flat Strobel, for our on-call engineer to complete high-risk rural road grant 50 highway and replacement for 6A as hourly rate.
I'll second.
Tom, second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Wade said he wants to be a part of the jail financing discussion and the engineer discussion.
Engineer discussion.
You know what we just did?
Well,
No, he's probably talking about the jail itself.
Probably talking about the engineer.
Oh, okay.
The contract engineer, not to finish these projects, the other, which we don't really need to do today. And if he wants to be part of it, I'd rather he be here in person to be part of it. But we don't really need to go out and hire an engineer today to make a decision.
Well, no, I don't think he's talking about that. I think maybe he's talking about.
All reference to the jail.
All reference to the jail.
Reference to the jail.
I think about, maybe it's not an engineer, maybe it's,
See, we don't have
it's
any.
project engineer. Is that, no, project manager?
Yeah.
Or
Well, municipal advisor
municipal.
is what they're talking. Yeah, we need to make a decision on that.
Yeah.
Either that or bring them in next
Should I
week.
have him call your phone, cause mine's still.
Yours
out.
about dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you do it on that one?
Yeah.
Why don't we just have him do it on, that one's usually, that's a lot louder.
Don't have any batteries here.
No.
It's easier for me to hear, I know that.
Well, sorry, tell me to move.
Municipal advisor, I guess he works on it, school board office in the same building there, so that's where that.
Please dial
they always
1
work
when
together,
dialing.
getting that information to us, so
Oh.
he may have been working in the,
That's what Joe told us.
In the
we weren't
background.
on,
Everybody had been leaving out.
especially I guess,
Bobby said they do have one that works in-house with them.
Hey Wade, it's me. You're in the commission room.
Oh, hello.
I have you on speaker. My phone's about dead.
Gotcha. Mine was too.
Hey, Wade,
Afternoon.
Angie said that you wanted to be in the conversation of like an engineer or something or other?
Yeah, apparently Wayne was in front of you earlier talking about, the transition from his project to have a consulting engineer firm take over.
Yes.
Yes.
And there are two names that were provided that put in interest, I guess is the right word, and then it got tabled, and
It was.
I don't have any dog in the fight, because it's that wasn't delayed since it ties to federal funding. Is the only thing that I wanted to mention. Outside of that, you've got, I think, what you need.
We turned around and voted for Cook, Flat, and Strobel to be the engineer to pick up for those projects.
Okay. Were they one of the two? I don't even remember.
Yes, BG and Cook Flat. No, not BG. Swab Eaton and Cook Flat was the two that had gotten back with Wayne. BG had not.
Okay. Gotcha. So that was the only thing I wanted to say. I just wanted to make sure it didn't get tabled to next week for that reason.
Right, okay.
It's taken care of.
It's finished.
That's the only input I had on that.
Okay. Do you have any roundtable for us?
No, I did want to mention the conversation is going to happen at some point, and I don't know how you want to deal with it, the discussion related to bond attorneys. And one of the things, I did look up that name that I mentioned earlier to Joe Serrano, and that is who has been providing some input to the county related to the project as it relates to the municipal firm. So there is one sort of involved, and I'd have to go look and figure out exactly how they're involved. Somehow with Goldberg's got their input, so that's not a foreign thing, but I think Goldberg could probably talk about that a little more in detail, how they're involved. And I did look them up. They're on the SEC filing page, which I think all these people have to be vetted and approved by the SEC. So that firm is one that is approved, the one that we have at least their letterhead and what's been provided to the county previously.
Well, I'm wondering.
I just wanted.
Go ahead.
I just didn't want to have to delay something if it's already there, and if there needed to be questions or clarification to how they got involved. That's not something I can do, but we probably might be able to get Goldberg on the phone, because that is something that obviously is important, but to not reinvent the wheel if it's already in place. That's my input there.
Andrea mentioned to me she visited with Bobby, and correct me if I'm wrong, but apparently there is already an individual that is working in Goldberg's office.
Yeah,
Go
like
ahead.
this particular company that is on the letterhead is somebody that has an office in the same building. Bobby said it with Goldberg, so I mean, if Bobby wants to clarify more, but it sounds like this is somebody that Goldberg regularly works with. So I can have Bobby explain that in further detail, but yeah, he is.
So I think, if I remember right, Goldberg had mentioned this municipal firm early on in the conversation, but I can't remember when, and that's when it was triggered. But I think if you want to get somebody outside, you might figure out what exactly is involved with Goldberg on his end, so that I honestly don't know enough about it. It's not my subject matter area of expertise. I just think maybe if you got a phone conference with Goldberg so he could explain what that is and what's happening, and then from there you might decide that you want to do something completely different and go with a different municipal firm to deal with that component.
Okay. So we probably ought to get on the phone with Goldberg or Sydney or somebody to.
Yeah, I caution you in talking with Sydney, because information that was passed on to Joe Serrano was the same information that Goldberg himself would have passed on, and she's the marketing director at Goldberg. So I think you'd want Goldberg himself,
Okay,
if he's available.
okay. Okay.
And then from there, when you go in, when you want to discuss the bond attorneys, I mean, if you're interested to get me involved, and then we could go in and talk about it as a executive session under the attorney-client side. But I mean, that's your call there.
The way I understood it, Wade, was that, we actually got three different groups here that kind of work together: municipal advisor, bond attorney, and then the engineer. And I'm beginning to think, wouldn't we be better if we had three different, instead of having everyone who has worked for the same person all the time?
Possibly, that's where this municipal firm comes into play, and what exactly is involved there. Because I don't know if part of what's already happened is that municipal firm has been providing substantive information to the county, and I don't have all the documents in front of me, so I can't tell you one way or another, but I know they've done something, and I don't know if that's been a consultant for Goldberg, but I think you need to know the answers to those questions before you go from there.
Right.
So do we have time to table this for another week, or do we need to get something moving on this today?
You probably need to at least have a plan in place to get something done. I would suggest you get Goldberg on the phone if you can and talk to him this afternoon to answer those questions, and then if you feel you need more information from there, then you table it. If not,
Okay.
you try to
You find his phone number?
forge a path forward.
Okay. Is he available for a phone call?
We don't have any other names to compare this person that he's talking about to, as far as municipal advisor.
Well, I'm mainly concerned if a municipal advisor has already been working behind the scenes we don't know about with Goldberg, and there's already 7 months worth of work that this individual's done, and another advisor is gonna have to pick up them 7 months. In 3, we're gonna be hosed, for the lack of a better term.
I agree with that statement, but I was sitting here trying to recollect if I remember seeing anything, and I don't.
You would have thought this had been mentioned.
Well, Wade said there's been, he's seen it on documents, and I don't know that I've...
It wasn't on the letterhead I have, but I can go see if it's on something else, one of the drafts that we have.
Right.
If their letterhead is on one of those drafts.
So, I mean, I guess the best way is we just call,
Just call it.
I can just try to get a hold of Larry?
Yep. Let's do
That's
that.
his number? Okay, I'll try to get a hold of Larry on my phone. Hopefully it'll die.
This committee report, committee that's
You can use this.
taking on they're kind of promoting this project, they meet on the 25th. They need some information. Yep,
Well,
they
it's
do.
really inviting to do this.
So the 25th gets to within 9 weeks of the projected election. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, afternoon, I guess it is. Larry, you're on speakerphone at the commission chambers. We're still in meetings. You got a moment?
Sure.
Our municipal advisor, is there a municipal advisor that has been working behind the scenes with you, this far on Coffee County's project?
Yes.
There has been? Okay,
Now, you understand I'm also a municipal advisor.
okay. Are you the municipal advisor, or is there somebody else?
No,
I've been using, Raymond James and Gilmore and Bell.
Raymond
Combination municipal advisor, underwriter, and bond attorney.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, we was just in discussion, we had Joe Serrano in, and, which he couldn't advise us about a municipal advisor, but he said you're gonna have a municipal advisor before you, to work with the bond agency.
That's just not true.
That's just not true?
No.
Okay.
No, it isn't.
Okay. So,
Although if it was true, you're fine, because I am a certified muni advisor. I'm registered with the SEC and MSRB.
okay, okay.
So either way, you're covered, but no, his statement is not true.
Okay, okay.
We might have misunderstood that statement too, but.
Well, and yeah, we might have misunderstood. We're going off of 3 hours ago memory, and none of us can remember that good. So, that was our main question about municipal advisor. What is my question to Joe, and my question to you? What is so big about a bond agency and Goldberg Associates working hand in hand? What's the tie there? One handles money and the other handles the construction and the engineering.
Yeah, but I think part of it, the way I've done it, you understand I've done it this way for 35, 36 years now, is the three parts to this thing that have got to balance each with the other. One part is staffing and operations. The other part is design and construction. And the third part is the financing. And if you think about it, if I design a facility that forces you all to hire too much additional or extemporaneous staff, there isn't enough money left over to build it. If I design you a structure that's more expensive to build than you can afford, there's not enough money left over to properly staff and operate it. You with me?
Mm-hmm.
So those three triangles in the pie, if you will, I always felt that I did my clients a greater service by working with the sheriff and the board and whoever, everybody. But the end result was to get those three pieces balanced, each with the other, so that you felt confident you could go ahead and have a successful project.
But once again, my question, I don't know that you actually directly answered it. What is the, I know you've worked with your bonding agency for numerous builds.
Right.
Why is it so important to have somebody that you've worked with before versus somebody that you have not?
I get it. Because they can simply tell a better, more convincing story to, for instance, the rating agencies, Jesse, and get perhaps a slightly better rating than might otherwise be the case, and that's just money back in the taxpayers' pockets.
Okay.
These things all have a story. And if some of that story may rest on revenue or may rest on various financial conditions, somebody that has done it so many times, like a Gilmore and Bell or a Greg Barenberg or somebody that I'm very comfortable with, or conversely, that they're very comfortable with, that it just creates a higher level of comfort with investors and with the rating agencies than is otherwise the case.
Okay.
If you said to me, we want to hire Mr. Serrano, or we want to hire XYZ underwriters, do you have a problem with that? My answer would be no. I'll work with anybody that you want me to work with, assuming they feel the same, of course. And so that really isn't a problem. The truth is, I've worked with probably a dozen underwriters and a dozen bond attorneys over the years, from QTAC Rock to Gilmore and Bell to Ehlers Cooney to, and we've had successful projects with all of them. It's just a little easier when you have a comfort level with these important players, and I think the results are a little better for the owner. But if there's other reasons that you all would rather go with a Mr. Serrano, for instance, I asked Greg Berenberg, I said, have you worked with this guy? And he said a couple times yes. And it was more difficult. They're not as familiar with Kansas statutes and language and so forth. He said, but if you're asking would we work with them, the answer is absolutely we would.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want you to think that I'm drawing some kind of line in the sand, because I most certainly am not. My first loyalty is to you, your board, and to the sheriff.
But if we stay with, go ahead, Tim's got a question, I think.
What work has been done so far that a municipal advisor would be doing
Again. Did you hear that?
Yeah. I'm not really sure that all we have done so far is started to explore some different approaches to amortization, some different terms, some different rates. We've looked at taxable versus tax exempt rates, but we haven't really sharpened our pencil and pulled the trigger and started crunching numbers that do a blended issuance. In other words, part of it would be tax exempt and part of it would be taxable, which will save you all a substantial amount of money. We haven't turned that corner yet.
Right.
So if your answer is there anything that would have to be done over, the answer is I don't think so.
Okay. Wade, do you have anything? Wade's via telephone as well. Wade, was you able to hear?
Yeah, I could hear.
Do you have anything to add?
No, I just think you needed to have the question answered if work's been done by a municipal advisor, then if the county's looking at going in a different direction for a municipal advisor, what you know that has and hasn't been done, I think is important. I think he answered that.
Correct. Okay.
I mean, if you want to know the truth, on Miami County, they hired a municipal advisor after I had done a lot of the organizational and preparatory work and developed our performance and budgets and so forth. And these people started working and they said, what the heck are we doing? Goldberg's done all this already. Why are we here?
Right.
And so the flip side is, if I'm going to make several beds in line, and I'm literally not charging you a nickel for doing it, because I just don't want to get into what could be construed as some sort of conflict of interest. If I'm doing all that and I'm developing the staffing and organizational budgets with Tom, and I'm working with the bond attorney and underwriter on the issuance of taxable and tax exempt bonds, I'm not sure why you need anyone else to pay money to.
Well, that's what's going on in the back of my head right now.
Yeah.
As we sit here and dig deeper into this, that's just another person you're writing a daggum check to.
And Jesse, I will tell you that the beauty advisors that bring to the table the kind of experience I have or we have with justice projects are so far and few between. I mean, go ahead and do it if you want, but as far as I'm concerned, you're just throwing away your hard-earned money.
Yeah.
And you don't need to.
Well, I just don't want to turn around and you say, I told you so. That's where I'm at.
Exactly right.
That's where I'm at.
Do that.
No, but you could. But, okay. Well, I think that is, all the questions we have at this moment, sir.
Okay, let me know what else I can do and where we go to move this thing forward.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
Can I ask you a question? Okay. If we would be paying for an advisor now separately, has this advisor been getting separately? I mean, has that been an additional charge to what Goldberg would have normally charged if he didn't use the service?
Yeah, I'm understanding Mr. Goldberg is he's supplying the municipal advisor
Free of charge.
building
I'm sure
his.
it's built
I'm
into
sure
his-
it's built
free
in.
of charge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not free of charge.
I'm sure it's built into his other.
But
fees,
we would be basically paying double if we had if we went and hired a municipal.
Part of the work's done.
Yeah.
Part of the work's done, the way I perceived that conversation.
Yeah.
I think he mentioned that early on when he gave his pitch to the county, is that he also holds that title. He went through the licensing so he could sort of handle both simultaneously. But that's why I brought it up and why I chimed in earlier, because that's what I remembered. I didn't remember all the details.
I'm sitting here thinking, after listening to Goldberg and his financial advisor, I kinda thought, well, maybe that's the route to go, but I thought about it since, and then some of the conversations we've had here today. I'm not sure that, I don't wanna stick Joe into the finance, 'cause I don't want all our eggs in one basket.
You mean Joe's handling other projects for us? You don't want him?
No, I don't want Goldberg saying, this is your financial advisor, this is your bonding man, and this is your engineer. In other words, I'm in favor of sticking Joe in the middle of this jail deal for the bonding. That's what I'm thinking, instead of having everybody connected. Everybody's connected otherwise.
I think I'm the opposite.
I like Bob's idea.
I
A little
do.
security.
I do as well.
But he said he could work with him.
Oh, yeah, he did say that.
You know, I could probably go either way, but my comfort level with Lloyd Goldberg is pretty high. And my comfort level with Joe's also at a pretty good level. But as much as Goldberg has done evidently in the last 30 years, he's evidently been so successful at what he's doing and doing the complete projects, to me, our comfort level's got to be pretty good.
I think we're
Gotta be pretty good.
I think we're gonna have to pay somebody else to reinvent the wheel that's already been invented.
But he just said,
Not
at this
really.
point in time,
Goldberg
the
said he
work-
worked with Serrano.
Yeah.
Or whoever we chose.
He said he's working.
He
And-
did, but do we have to have it? Because we don't need one.
No, I'm talking about the bond attorney part of it, the bond part of it only.
Just the bond part.
Just the
Well,
bond
the
part,
bond.
not the financial, not the
Okay.
municipal advisor.
Okay.
Joe's only
Leave
on the
that,
bond.
leave that with
Okay.
Goldberg, but put the bonding
Bonding
in with
with
Joe, and then Goldberg is doing the engineering also, or the architecting. That's what I'm saying,
I like having a little bit of mix.
But if they don't do a good job of communicating together,
Well, they're gonna have to.
gonna have to, but will they and do they?
but you're assuming that they won't now.
No, I'm not. Just trying to look at every angle.
To me, I like the comfort of knowing That
I
is
think it's-
divided a little
I
bit.
think
So
it's a
we
good
do-
check.
So here, if I take this, we don't have to have a municipal advisor.
Evidently not.
That's
Absolutely
Goldberg.
not.
Larry's doing it.
That's Larry.
Mhm. Which is great.
And we could go bonding with Joe if that's what we all vote on.
Mhm.
But Joe's the one that said we need a municipal advisor.
But he didn't know
That
that it's,
Larry-
that Larry's doing it and being done.
Yeah, he was unaware of Larry doing it.
Yes.
As well as we were.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, as
As
well
well
as
as
we
we
were.
were.
Yeah.
Well, and maybe Joe won't want Larry doing his own municipal advisory because,
But that has nothing to do with Joe.
Not to the
Joe
same-
told us that he has nothing to do with that part.
Yeah.
yeah, that is,
It's three separate parts,
that is correct.
three separate parts.
Okay.
Can I jump in for just a second?
Yes, sir.
I hate being on the phone in these type of situations, but
We hang it up.
but you can hang up or put me on mute, either one.
We'll listen to you.
You want an executive
So I,
session?
to talk about the mechanics of, choosing an attorney, could I suggest maybe a 10-minute executive session with me and the board, and I'll just be by phone? And then from there, you take it where you wanna go, and I can, you can hang up on me then.
Can we do 15 minutes?
We can do 15.
Do you have enough battery?
I moved out to a place where I have a charger.
Okay.
Okay.
What would this be under? Attorney-client?
Attorney-client privileges.
Yep, attorney-client, and it would be, myself and the board, and to, discuss the jail financing bond attorney selection.
I'll move for 15 minutes.
I'll second it.
Did you say bond attorney election?
Bond,
Selection.
yeah, bond
Selection,
attorney selection.
not election.
And who moved?
I did.
Bob moved, Tim seconded.
Tom did.
Oh, Tom seconded.
It probably needs to have legal discussion regarding bond selection, or bond attorney selection.
That's what I said.
Oh, the legal discussion?
No, but we'll add that to it.
Okay.
Okay, it just changed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We
What's
will-
the number down there he can call? Does he know the number?
I can just use, I
Or
can
you
just
call
use- I
him?
can just use my phone.
Okay.
We'll go in at, 2:11. We'll call you back. We'll call you, Wade.
Okay.
2:11 for 15 minutes.
I'll hang you up.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get anywhere on that?
You know, I walked up here and I feel that we didn't get anywhere, so, but,
Lots of discussion.
lots of discussion, but I guess we need to move on something, whether it be the firm that Goldberg suggests or, Joe's. What's the name of this company? Kutak Rock or something like that. Do we feel we have enough information to make
Do we need to discover what their rates are? I'd assume they'd be
Pretty close, I guess.
some competitive, but we have, I'll just
I mean,
discuss that in commission.
your rates for your bonding's gonna be probably percentages of your money would be my guess.
Yep, I'm sure.
I mean,
1 or 0.2% can make quite a bit of difference. And right now, we don't know that. Is Wade gonna try to get a hold of Joe? All right back.
Wade was gonna try to get a hold of Joe.
Well, we have one more discussion we can do. That's what,
Oh, yeah, with the,
seminar out of state.
leaving, the leave of absence. Yeah, I'll move for a 15-minute executive session to discuss non-elected personnel out-of-state travel.
All second.
Jesse moved, Tim seconded. 15-minute executive session. Oh, come on. Come on. 15-minute executive session, just the board alone. We will, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We will go in at 2:32 for 15 minutes. I hope that's our last trip downstairs today.
Good thing you had lunch, huh?
Yeah.
And I made it.
That coffee smells like it's burning.
Probably.
I'm gonna turn it on.
It's about
You got a
got
copy.
the right consistency for you. It's kind of tarry.
Yeah, I might get a couple on the way home.
It's still hot, because it's burning, I think.
All right, we got a request for out-of-state conference. Sitting here in front of me. What's everybody's take on out-of-state conference?
Well, with the price of everything and today's modern technology via Zoom and all like that, we're assuming that's being offered, so that's where I'm at.
I personally feel, I don't know what good it's going to do to have somebody at a conference that's a long ways away is gonna have any impact on Coffee County, Kansas. Personally.
I would agree with both of those statements.
Yeah, like what's been stated, you know, with all the technology that's available these days, that can all be received right here.
Via the internet. So I guess. Do we don't have to make a motion. Trying to think of how to bring this out. Hearing the discussion for out-of-state travel. Is there anybody in favor of approving of the out-of-state travel for the conference? Hearing no approval for out-of-state conference, I'd say denied.
This one was approved, this one was signed for the individual.
That was approved, yes.
That one.
Yep. So I need to sign that.
Do you guys want to do it?
What we at now?
Round table.
Round
I think,
table.
finally.
Angie, you got anything for round table?
One thing I do have is that we received our third quarter rebate check for prescription meds in the amount of $33,635.
That's good.
Getting better all the time. Where's that check, where does that money go?
We're putting it back into employee employee benefits line item.
So is that what help pays for the medication through the self-insurance?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just thinking more along the guidelines of the disability.
Well, until we changed companies, we got absolutely nothing back every year when we were with Blue Cross and Blue Shield. And they kept wanting to raise our rates. Yeah, we got nothing. So it keeps getting more and more.
You got nothing but higher premiums.
I guess when we get more and more, it means that we're using more and more stuff.
Yeah.
That's all I have today, I think.
Mr. Tim?
Mine would be to Wade on the church demolition.
I spoke with him briefly Friday, and he's close to finalizing it, so.
Okay.
I think it's up for us to review next week.
That'll work.
I believe that was the understanding of the conversation I had with him.
Right. That works for me.
Yeah, I was hoping, well, with everything else we had on the plate today, that would be one.
Tom, you got anything?
Well, I didn't know if we were gonna pick a bond attorney today. Wayne was gonna make a phone call, and so do we need to see where that phone call went, or how that phone call is, or?
Wade was gonna try to catch up with Joe, maybe he couldn't catch up with him.
Well, then
I'll
the
go ahead
reason-
and
That's the only reason I mentioned that.
I'll call Wade back and see if he's.
That would be the only thing I had. Everything else got crossed off my list for roundtable, so.
Mine did too.
Hey,
You
Wade,
brought my,
back in the commission chambers, still in session. Did you have a chance to get a hold of Joe? Did you and him visit?
He is, gonna call me back, guys. Got a hold of him, and he said he needed a few minutes to be able to call me back, so I'm still waiting for that call.
Okay.
I would anticipate he'll call me at any time now.
Okay, alright. Okay,
And it might be that, if he calls while I'm on the phone, then maybe I could merge him into that call.
okay.
So I had someone just trying to call me, but it wasn't him, it was another attorney.
Oh, okay. Do you have anything for roundtable?
No, I'm still working on the bid for the church. I think I had told Tom that the other day.
Right. Tim brought that up.
Yep.
Okay.
It's sort of gonna serve as the template for all bids.
Okay.
So, but outside of that, unless you have something you wanna talk to me about.
What's your feelings about, let's see. We'll just go ahead and keep on going. We'll just keep you online and we'll roll on to the rest of the group for, roundtable and see if Joe happens to call you back while we're visiting here. Bob, you got anything?
Yeah, I know now because actually Joe had made the comment about it's really August when we want to put this on the ballot. And we're crunching time right now.
Bad
time, and I don't know, are we going to be crunching so much that we're gonna start making a lot of bad mistakes before we get this there?
you know, August, September, October, that are 3 more months gonna benefit us or hurt us? It's really something to think about. Because when do we have to have this to you, Angie, to get it on the ballot? Because you have to send out
June 1st.
military votes and stuff too, don't you?
They go out June 17th, and from June 1st to June 17th, I can't be taking anything new on. I've got to roll with printing and programming and all that, or building the election.
When does early voting start?
It'll be middle of July.
But we still have to have it for
Yeah.
military people and stuff.
Yeah, June 1st at noon is the deadline for candidate filings and questions. I mean, I can't change that, or I'll never get things out on time.
Well, I mean, we've got like 2 decisions to make, or I mean, two options for a bond attorney. I mean, it's either Joe or the other company.
Good one, Bill.
I mean,
And I can make my decision,
Left or right?
you make a left or a right,
right or wrong. I can make my decision right now, but.
yeah.
But I guess my question was, are we trying to push too hard now to get to August?
I think there is no option but to push hard right now, because this has drug on and on and on and on for umpteen months.
That's a concern of mine.
You know, we
We
pretty well
put it off.
we pretty well put the message out there that it would happen this August. And yeah, our time's getting short, but, you know, we took it off of the election last year. We take it off again.
We're not good luck.
We're not heading down a real positive road at all.
It's
With
not
our
gonna-
decision making.
We can't take it off.
And my thought is, we gotta proceed ahead and be aggressive, make sure we present the facts for our citizens to fully understand what they're voting for. And I think there's more positive words out there now than there was 2, 3, 4 months ago, so I
heard a lot of
think
good
we
thoughts.
need to keep it on this August agenda.
Okay,
And I know
That
where
was
you're
a
coming,
good concern.
I know where you're coming from, Bob.
that was brought up was,
Yeah, I haven't had anybody talk to me on Main Street that is not in favor of the project. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are, but, you know, hopefully it's a very, very positive.
Everybody I talk to sees the need.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we do harm if we put it off and wait until November, but that's my
Well, I
opinion.
think we'll lose a heck of a lot of support, and we're darn sure gonna lose our advisory committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they're not gonna, I mean, they're taking time out of their personal lives to be on this committee, and we need, it's our responsibility to get this stuff lined out correctly, so it can continue on.
Yes.
And whatever choice we make, we just gotta ride or die by it.
part of that is, we gotta get on it.
I know, and that, I'm sitting here
That's why I'm
thinking,
sitting
can it even last another week? In the back of my mind,
That's
my
what I'm
gut
thinking.
feeling says no.
Yeah.
But
That's what
my
mine
business,
says.
my business brain says, you better wait until Monday to choose a bonding company. That's my gut.
Because we've got Larry's the other part of the way we need, as well as the engineering side of it, so
Right.
he said he'd work with whomever. So, I'm good with whomever, as far as bond attorney.
I can work either way.
I can go either way.
I think we can sit here and probably argue, or maybe not argue, but discuss the pluses to either way.
Yeah.
And I can go either way, absolutely.
I guess that's the problem, because Larry said he can work with anybody, and Wade's recommendation was, anybody could do it, and here we are, so if it wasn't that, we wouldn't have any problem with it.
Maybe we're the problem.
I think you.
No, it's just me. Okay, no, that's fine. I can handle it.
And
I have one feeling left, and you just stepped on it, Bob. Thanks.
So I'm done.
It would help if Wade would get a call back.
Yeah, that's my main holdup is Wade's visiting with Joe one last time for information. That would be the only reason I would say move it to Monday of next week. Don, you got anything for roundtable?
I think we've discussed everything that I'm aware of that needs to be handled, so.
I know Andrea's got a pile over here of roundtable, I think.
Actually, I only have a couple. The rest of the piles that moved over this way. That's
Just moving
fine.
piles.
But, for the elevators, I did get a change in the work order from TK Elevators that the payment would be 100% after the work is completed, so they did fix that. But it is a federal regulation that both of the elevators have to have the phones for ADA compliance. The only exception to that is it's strictly freight. If it's not designed for people to be in, is the only exception. So MT Networks has already been working with Brad on getting the line set up. Those are already almost in, and then their part is to get them to dial in, so when somebody picks up the phone, it would dial into the non-emergency dispatch line. So.
I was at Stormontville in Topeka, and I don't believe they have telephones in their elevators.
They should have, if they're not, yeah.
Is there, what about a call button? I mean, just a button push for issues.
I mean, there's a button that has an alarm, like a
and that's not good enough.
Always something.
Always something.
Can't be anything, inexpensive, it's gotta be something that really.
And here's the work order if you want to pass that around. It's not as much as you like.
Can't we just throw an old cell phone in the floor?
Yeah, put one on the top, one on the bottom, or a bucket, you just put the phone in. Or behind this, break it in the glass type deal,
It'd be
in
fine
case
one
of
day.
emergency. I lost Wade. In case of an emergency, break glass and use phone. Yeah, he hung up. We lost him.
We just signed off.
Yeah, so it's $2,122, 26 cents. And that's not all, because
The MT Networks.
MT Networks is gonna probably do all the work, correct?
I actually haven't been a part of that discussion between MT Networks and Brad, so I don't know what.
Okay. I guess, do we need to make a motion to approve the work order is it a work order?
Okay.
Repair work order.
What about the other elevator?
The sheriff's office and then the courthouse, is there another?
Hmm?
This is for the two elevators on the sheriff's
This
office.
is for both the elevators?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
There's only two in there.
yeah. But we were basically talking about this one, but then there is the other one. It goes
And
up
then-
one,
Is
goes
it
up and down
public
one
access?
floor.
Is it public access?
No, but because it's,
Not now, is
but
it?
it's employees who use that, so and it's intended for the employees to use, go ahead.
I guess a motion to approve the repair work order for TK elevators, the amount of $2,122.26, a lot of twos, to install telephone communication to dispatch non-emergency inside our elevators, if something should go wrong.
I'll make the motion.
Tom's made the motion.
I'll
Tim second. Any further discussion, other than ridiculous rules? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And my only other thing is Creighton Cops is working on kind of organizing everything together to maybe come in on the weekends and shut the power off, completely off, to see what all runs on the generator, what all runs on every circuit, to make sure that everything that's marked that it's on a certain breaker is, and to leave it on the generator for a few hours to make sure that everything on the workload can handle it for any length of time. But they need to see what all is on every breaker to make sure that everything's labeled according to what's on the state. Like refrigerators for vaccinations have to be labeled to make sure that everything is correct, but they need to do that on a day off. And he's been working with, time to get with Brad to see when they can do it, and also with the sheriff's office and emergency management, so that if anything was to go wrong, if it wasn't on the generator, or didn't kick in on the generator, they're all gonna pick a time that works for everybody. And have it off for a few hours to make sure that everything loads, and then to see, what all, make sure that nothing is overloading any specific breakers.
What did, I know last week there was a lot of problems with the heating and air.
Yeah, and Creighton also on that, so that apparently the courthouse isn't the only one who's had multiple issues lately, with storms, electricity, lightning. There's been several places that have been dealing over and over, because he said it's the same phase of breakers, or the same phase of fuses that have been blowing, and looking into maybe the surge protectors, and to make sure that everything is working properly there too, since it was the fuses at a certain phase of blue for our heat, so everything should be good.
Yeah, Wade?
Sorry, I accidentally hung up. I'm gonna merge the call with Joe, and I think he has the answer to your question.
Okay.
Hold on just a sec.
Gene, can you hear me?
Yeah, wait, I'm here.
Jesse, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, Jesse.
Hi, Joe.
Joe, you're back in front of the entire commission. They're still live, and there's been a discussion about the municipal advisory firm, and the board had reached out to Larry Goldberg, and he is an SEC vetted municipal advisor, and then the question is, would you be willing to work with him? And you and I had that brief conversation, but you can take it over from here.
Yeah, good afternoon, commissioners. Yeah, I have not worked with them, but as I understood, and I understand, they've actually kind of run numbers already, and this is coming from, I think, well, one of the Goldberg representatives, that they've already kind of run numbers, but I don't know what has been presented to the board at what point. But in short, it would be probably more beneficial for that group, because they're out in front of this, and we are within a kind of a tight time frame, and I'd be happy to work with that group. I have not worked with them in the past, but that doesn't mean, like I mentioned today, our roles are distinct. So I'd be honored to be able to serve the county, and happy to work with, I can't remember the name, I wrote it down, Wade, but I can't remember the name. Whatever Mr. Goldberg's advisory group is, it would be fine.
Well, I mean, the way I understand it, it's Larry is the municipal advisory person, and Larry only, to my knowledge.
Okay.
So, that's the way I understand it, when we visited with him earlier. Because, our thing was, are we gonna be reinventing the wheel, getting a municipal advisory individual, and has there been 7 months worth of work already done that individual's gonna have to do? And are we gonna be spending money on something that, is already being supplied that we didn't know in the background, in which that is being supplied to us in the background through Larry, that's something that we don't have to pay for. Well, we're paying for it.
I think it's a great approach. It's a great approach, and then I'm happy to step in as a public, as bond counsel, because it is a different role. But I'm happy to work with Larry and the architecture group in any fashion that you like. It is no problem with me, and like I said, we work with several different ones throughout, and I can get up to speed relatively quickly, I believe, with that group.
We have the separation we talked about.
Okay, the separation between, for yourself and Coffee County, are you gonna be the one doing the bond? Are you gonna be the person for it?
It would be me along with a group of other lawyers. Tyler Ellsworth, who is down there, as well as what we call our 103 group. They're the ones that are our tax counsel, that make sure that we don't get sideways with the IRS.
Right.
So it's generally me as the lead, Tyler is my backup, and then we have a whole host of other individuals that can be involved, but really we just select a tax person. And if we need to pull in any particular individual that does, correctional facilities with federal inmates, then we would pull that person in also.
Right, okay. Your toolbox, you have to get a different wrench out.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way of looking at it. Well, we just don't want to, present something and they get, crosswise with the IRS.
Right.
The SEC is not too concerned about, but with the IRS, they have some particular rules associated with that, some regulations that are tight.
Right, okay. So basically, under the Coffee County side, it'd be Wade, the commission, and Tom Johnson would be the only people that you would have to work with or have any dealings with. Do you see anybody else that you would have to have dealings with within the courthouse or within Coffee County? Shouldn't be, is there?
No, I know that the sheriff, has some strong opinions, or he had some opinions at the time that I was down there, so we want to make certain that, that we address any concerns that he may have, but I, working through with Wade, I can't imagine that to be anybody other than possibly the sheriff, and making certain that the commissioner understands the financing.
Right.
The item, as I mentioned today, is the educational piece, and we would be happy to assist with Larry and others as to what is the educational piece, or the forefront of what we're putting out to the voters. But
Right.
but within the county itself and the officials, I don't see anybody else other than possibly with the sheriff's input.
Right. Well, Tom Johnson is the sheriff, so
is that Tom?
yeah. So basically, I mean, it would be Wade, the commission, Sheriff Tom Johnson, and maybe the undersheriff, Eric Smith, maybe, would really be your only contacts.
Okay.
To this whole deal, if we do in return choose.
Maybe the county clerk too.
Oh, Angie. Yep, I forgot Angie. So.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a fair statement. I think that's right.
Yeah. Any other questions for Mr. Joe or Wade? Do I need to?
We have to make a motion and choose him. Right now would be the time when we got him on the phone to tell him that he's been chosen. He can start working today.
I guess somebody could make a motion if they wanted to make a motion.
I will make that motion that we go with,
I forgot the name of his firm too.
Joe's firm.
Joe's firm.
Kutak Rock.
Kutak Rock. Is that right?
Kutak Rock.
Kutak.
Right.
Kutak.
Yes, so, yeah. For the bonding of the jail system.
Bob moved, make a motion to go with Kutak Rock for bonding for the jail.
Maybe in legal terms, you might want to say retain the services of Kutak Rock for the purpose of bond financing for the Coffee County Jail project.
Is that what I said, Wade?
It is, it's what I heard you say.
Okay.
I might have got it wrong though.
Okay.
In a roundabout way.
I'll second.
As long as everybody else heard it, and I don't gotta repeat what Wade said. But it's same as what Bob said. Bob's moved, Tim seconded. Any further discussion with this?
As long as she's comfortable with what
As
she
long as
just said.
the
Sure.
What did you hear, Casey?
Move to retain the services of Kutak Rock for jail bonding.
sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me. Okay, now we're gonna vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
That's what I said.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. I look forward to helping and serving the pleasure of the county.
We did that so you could start today, Joe.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. All right, thank you.
If you need any help getting hold of Mr. Larry, you let me know.
And then
Okay,
also
I'll
we
reach out
need
to him this
information,
afternoon.
Hold on one second.
we'll need information for our ad hoc committee by the 25th.
Oh, we got an ad hoc committee, meeting the 25th, so if there is any information that you can prepare for the ad hoc committee would be probably very beneficial.
Very beneficial.
We'll do so.
Joe, I'd reach out to the sheriff and he can fill you in on the status of what happened at the last meeting and where they are now.
Okay, I'll do so.
Be good to have everything by next Monday, that gives.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Be careful.
All I have.
All right, thanks, Wade.
Yep, appreciate it.
No.
Sure, right. I tell you what, it feels kind of a long day, but I feel we got a lot accomplished today, and a lot of positive accomplishments. Yes. Kudos, kudos.
We got a lot of things.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
More than we had the last month, 2 months.
Feels good, actually. Yeah, it does.
So back to Andrea and the round table. Where did we leave off?
Oh, the heat. So yeah, Creighton Cox was looking into that as far as like the surge protectors to make sure that everything in the main surge protectors were functioning from that point on. And that's also something he needs to kind of have the power off, take a look at all that. He said at the same time, he could get with the city to see if some of the city connections wouldn't help some of our problems. And maybe go over everything on that end too. So at the same time, maybe have the power off, he could coordinate with the city to make sure everything on that end is, and that might help some of our surge issues.
Have we ever had here we go with another study, sorry YouTube. Has there ever been a draw test for the electricity to this courthouse to see if the supply is meeting our demand?
The only thing I know of is a load test that they do on the generator, and that just
Well, yeah, that's just for
really
the
quick to
generator
make
only, but that's, I mean, you've got old power lines, you got old, transformers and everything, and unfortunately, this courthouse is gonna draw more electricity every year than it sits here.
Well, and that's what Creighton wants to take a look at too, is each breaker, because so many people over time are loading with more and more. There's the space heaters, now there's the air fryers, now there's all these things that people are loading and loading and loading, yeah.
Mhm.
And everybody's, you know, their refrigerators, the full-size refrigerators with a microwave and an air fryer, and all these things that are such a drain, and what all is being put on one circuit. So they need all that.
We had to do a study at our shop. We had to turn everything, plug everything in, grinding, welding, everything to make sure we had adequate power to our shop, and it was a pretty extensive deal that we had to do.
And that's why he wants Brad here, so they're trying to find a time. And he's already talked to Tom about it, Johnson, to make sure that they'd be okay with, you know, if they all pick a date in emergency management in case something shouldn't.
Now, there was last summer, we had an issue with the air conditioner, and it was brought to our attention by the heating and air people that something was old and...
The computer program itself, and that's what I was talking to them about too, is it time now? Because it is a little over $10,000 for that program, and if it needs to be done now, or what all needs to be just replaced so that it's not one thing after another after another.
I had Angie pull roughly what we have paid for heating and air, I guess, maintenance work.
Last year.
What was that? Was that $8,000?
No, it was like, for the whole year last year, it was like somewhere between 25 and 30,000, I think.
Like 25 and 30,000.
A lot more than AA, huh?
That's just on maintenance.
And it's all because of this outdated computers.
No, it's just sometimes the issue there is when something wasn't reading right, like it showed that both of the boilers on the computer were on. We were taking a look when we went down there, they were on standby, and they weren't running at all, but according to the computer, they were. So just things like, but so then when you manually have to go in, and then, so things like that when they're not reading on the computer as they're actually functioning here, so it's a time to update that entire
Computer system, and it's around 10,000. That's a no-brainer.
Well, yeah, just in the last year, we've spent over $20,000 on maintenance.
Yeah.
And calling people out from Emporia is getting more expensive and more expensive. So, I mean, I told her, I said, freaking get bids to fix whatever needs to be fixed, because I'm tired of the repairs are astronomical. And plus, nothing against Andrea. I don't. If it's cold in the courthouse, put a coat on. That's my theory. But you know.
No, I agree.
I mean,
yeah.
We were wearing coats.
You were wearing coats.
Yeah.
They were ripping up the floor and starting a fire. It was so cold. So you know,
Ordered paper.
this is burning expensive paper, trash can fires. So I don't know. I mean, that's something we probably really, because we're coming in the summertime and it's going to turn to 100 real quick.
It'd be good for one fire.
Yeah, I got plenty over here.
We have someday.
So maybe we can use the old policy handbook.
And that's the thing, I mean, we've had, like in the sheriff's office, for some reason, sometimes something needs to be reset there over and over again because it gets hot and it is hot. So when you reset it and then it kind of kicks back in, but it takes a while to kick back in. So.
I'm gonna venture to say that the courthouse does not have sufficient consistent power, is going to be my.
I believe that to be probably a correct statement. I wouldn't too.
I'm gonna say that it's not on, it's on our side of the meter. The problem is on our side of the meter.
Could be.
I was a lineman for years, and I guarantee the voltage does not vary very often on how long that line.
Well, I'm not saying that the voltage, I'm not saying, the usage on the courthouse side or this building side is more than it was probably ever designed to be.
Well, we put a whole new electrical system in and a whole new electrical box back in 2008. I mean, if you go down in the basement, you can see in the vault where there's big tubes, and I told them to build it big because I said there's going to be more computers brought in, there's going to be more everything, and so I don't know.
But
that
has the
big
city
huge,
done anything to update the supply to us?
that I don't know.
Like maybe another transformer.
Sounds like there needs to be a complete study.
I'm
Power coming in and the equipment we currently have to get things resolved.
Let's see what Creighton comes up.
And not have to put up with what they've been putting
Craig's
up with.
gonna talk to the city, so.
I mean, I would say you turn everything on in here at once, everything. Little heaters, have the air conditioner going, and have it all just a load test to see what this courthouse is using. And
Unbelievable.
oh, it'd blow your mind. So, I don't know, that was my thing.
See what Creighton comes up with, and I agree. I mean, if you wanna start getting bids on,
Computer, I don't know if that is, computer program, is that all the bid is for that?
That was just the computer update the program itself.
I would think Creighton would be able to give us a good starting point to start with.
Okay.
And after his review or study, we can move forward.
But you said that was just right at $10,000 for the
Slightly
computer
over,
software, slightly
yeah.
over roughly. Well, it's half of what we spent in maintenance on it.
I didn't look at like what might have been parts for like a compressor. I didn't like go through that, so I thought that number might be a little.
I know we had I do know we had some issues with a bunch of parts. We had to wait on parts for.
Yes, or then the downstairs meeting room was waiting on a part for a while, and then some stuff where emergency management had gone completely out, so thankfully the timing, it doesn't get too hot down there, but yeah, so there were things that were too old to repair, so they just had to replace.
Plus we did that update on the, filtration system for
We took that off.
Well, and I wanted to exclude that. Because that was COVID driven.
That's right.
So.
But I didn't go through to just determine like what might have just been service calls or parts.
Right, you just did a broad
I
scan
just did,
and
yeah.
subtracted out the COVID filtration stuff. That was my biggest thing, because it is a pain to her, it's a pain for it's just a pain in the rear end for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And not to mention the checkbook. Modern Air probably loves it.
Sure.
But, us on the other hand, not so much.
I think that covers it, so you wanna sign for the elevator order?
I gotta sign that, I didn't even see a signature page for it. Oh, yeah, sure enough. Surprise.
We need a motion to authorize the director to sign that.
I suppose we made a motion for the work repair order for TK elevators. So I suppose we need a motion to authorize the chairman to sign the work order for TK elevators.
Or just add that to the motion?
Or just add it to the motion. I'm fine with that. They spelled Coffee County wrong.
Just if you're signing it, though, you probably need,
Like coffee, yeah.
if you're signing it, you need to be authorized to sign it. That's the thing.
What's the difference between this and what we just got through authorized?
It is, that's the same one, but he actually needs to sign.
It's the same deal, it's just a signature page on the repair work.
Yeah.
So I guess,
Well, and just amend the motion and authorize the chairman to sign the same. Does that work?
amend the motion for the $2,122.26 for TK elevators. Amend the motion and make it motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign documents for TK elevators for work order, repair work order, in the sum of $2,122.26.
I'll move.
Tom moved,
I'll second.
Tim second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Then I'll get with Modern Air then and see if that computer update.
I guess she's already got a bid from Modern Air. Do we wanna move forward with the software on that? If so, then we need to make a motion to, is that, did you send out for any other?
It's been a little while since they had talked about that we would need that, so I can get with them and make sure if they get going in it now, when could they do it, and has that been changed at all?
Do we need to do more than one source? There's nobody knows our system better than Modern Air.
That's exactly right.
They do all the repair work, they did the HVAC upgrades.
Have her get with him, like she said, to make sure nothing's changed drastically.
What's the expected cost?
Just over 10,000.
It's over 10?
I mean, it's kind of a sole source.
Right.
Almost, yeah, but I mean, if things have changed, we probably don't wanna be saying what the number is and then send it out for bids either.
Oh, yeah, very true.
Is that something that needs to be done before Creighton reviews everything else we need?
I can check and see if they wanna test it on the way it
I
is
wonder if
now.
that needs to be set tight until we see what
Yeah.
Creighton's review is.
But-
And yet I don't wanna put nothing off either.
Right, I can see what order Creighton thinks, maybe too, that would be better to be done in.
Jesse, I have two more things for you guys.
Okay.
So I got the road and bridge advertisement in the paper for this week, for the next 4 weeks. And then also I messaged KAC and she said if I got it in like right today, they could get it. So we got it in, so it'll go in the monthly newsletter. And then, she needs us to fill out the classified ad rates for KAC, so I'll have to count the words. But it'll be $95 for a month, or if it's over 151 and over, it'd be 120 for the month, if you wanna,
Words, 151 words?
yeah, for that advertisement.
How much is it if it's under?
95.
Then
And
you struck out that paragraph.
Yeah.
Yeah.
then if it's 75, it's $65, so I'll go through and count the
So
words.
it's basically something and up, it's one price. What's the highest price?
$120.
So that it's anything over that?
Yeah, that's for 1 month.
Okay.
So I'll get that sent back to him and, so. And then also, you had another resolution, 884, you were gonna do?
I don't remember an 884.
Why, we
No,
didn't do it.
883 is the last.
There was
It
one
was.
up here that.
But you had something you were gonna use for.
I thought that was a throwaway one.
Is that the last one we did for Amber?
No, that was 883, but
883.
883 is the last one we did.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss getting it logged.
This is one of blank. No, that's the emergency management, that's why you said, yeah, that was a done deal for that one.
The 883 is where we started to sign the wrong one and pushed
Yeah.
toward the
Is
other
that,
one.
is that what you had for 884 then, or?
There was something, that was the, going into with, SE,
But there was no resolution placed for a resolution number that I saw on that, the date. If I have yours.
was it Southeast Kansas?
That one, I don't think was a resolution, it was just, yeah, Southeast Kansas was the one that changed from an April to a May date. That's the one that was signed with the corrected date.
Right.
That's the only one we did today.
Yeah.
The only resolution we did today was the 883.
Right, but
Yeah,
he
but
had
for some reason,
something he
for
was
some
gonna use
crazy reason, I
884.
thought there was two.
You said something.
Yeah.
And it was a different document,
Yeah, it was totally different
because I
document.
said, well, I can give you mine, and I gave it to you, so I don't even have
Yeah,
mine.
that's not the Southeast planning was over
Yeah, Southeast Planning was the date was being changed, because it had April instead of May.
and that's all I have.
Yeah, it
for
had,
Southeast
see,
planning.
we changed that till May 9th.
Yeah. Oh, heck, I don't know.
So we don't have anything
I
for
guess
eight
we don't
eighty.
I don't think there's any 884.
And you said this paperwork was, you all, they all.
That's just a copy for everyone the county said she has to provide for the
Oh.
2023 scope of work. That's just a copy to everybody.
Oh, okay.
It's just for your information. You don't need to do
Yeah,
anything.
our book's got that in.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, that's just the,
So this is just an extra copy for the book. Don't need that. People are killing too many trees. Here's my planner for today. Make some drawings.
I think mine looks worse than that, I just showed it was.
I don't know if anybody doesn't have anything else.
Bobby stepped back in
Oh,
a
he
little
did.
bit, I don't know.
He was talking to me.
Okay.
He was talking to you?
All right.
But. Sure, the guy doesn't have anything. I guess. Nobody has anything else. We will adjourn at 3:34. Until we